Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Welcome everyone at the semifinals of FIDE Grand Prix 2022. The tournament of 16th now turning to be only Battle of 4. Today I am honored to be joined by 5-time world champion Vishy and Anand. Welcome at the show, Vishy.
Hi, how are you? Looking forward to an exciting semi-final.
Yeah, I'm also very excited. Let's very quickly take a look. What do we have today? And take a look at the knockouts. So here we have Nakamura qualified from Group A, and he is now facing Richard Rapport, who qualified from B. He had to play playoffs yesterday, and he won against Roy Tashek, so we have him here. And then in Group C, we do have an absolute winner of that group, Levon Aronian against Lenier Dominguez. And the winners of this group gonna qualify to the next stage, and in the end we're gonna have only one winner of the of this Grand Prix first leg. Vishy, this is so exciting tournament. Let's once again take a look at the formats. So out of 3 Grand Prix, the players can only choose and play 2 Grand Prix, where we do have double rounds and also knockout system. The time control is classical. We have 90 minutes for 40 moves and 30 minutes right after the 40 moves. We do have also 30 seconds of the increment. However, we might also have some more playoffs, and in that case, that playoffs are rapid. So this is a big day for these 4 players, Vishy. We are going to take a look at that very quickly. Any predictions for today?
Very tough matches, the winners of their 4 groups. So I think Aronian is in superb shape, but Lenier must be very happy with the way he qualified. The 2 back-to-back wins to catch up. What is a 1-point lead? And then the win in the tiebreak. Maybe Nakamura looks slightly the more comfortable on the other end, but really all of them produce wins on demand. It's very precarious qualifying in these group events. It's so short, the number of rounds, and one mistake is fatal. And 2 of the people who qualified actually overcame this one mistake, this one loss, and still managed to come back and win. So 4 guys in very good form.
Yes. All the excitement will start at 3 p.m. local time. The players are in Berlin. But before that, don't forget to vote for your favorite player. Just go to chess.com/events, navigate to the tournament, select a game, click vote, and guess the result. The vote ends after 10th move of each game, so don't miss that out. And also keep in mind that the players are making first several moves really fast. Vishy, we're going to take a very short break right before the first moves, and we will be back in a few seconds. And we're back. This is FIDE Grand Prix semifinals day 1, and the games are about to start in 4 minutes. But before that, let's take a look at the points that the winners are getting. So Vishy, the winner will get 13 points. Runner-up will get 10 points, semifinalists. Each of them will get 7 points, and also the second place in the group will get 4 points. Third place in the group will get 2 points, and the fourth place, the last place in the group, will not get any Grand Prix points, which means that they also have we also have a prize fund here, $150,000, and the winner will get 24,000 euros. The runner-up will get 18, and semifinalists will get 12 each. So this is the prize fund for one leg. We do have 3 legs, and the players are going to play only 2 legs. So Vishy, what do you think of this system? Is there a chance for a player, if the knockout system was not so lucky, do they still have a practical chance to qualify to the candidates tournament?
Well, there is 100% possibility that 2 people will qualify. The only question is, what are your odds? I feel that anyone who's either finished, well, obviously 4th with 0 points, but even the person who's got 2 points, essentially for a player with 2 points to qualify, you need to win the next leg and hope that the winner did badly in his second tournament or something like that. It's a harsh system because it cuts down the number of people who play their second tournament with even reasonable chances to just 3 or 4, and that's it. But then the question is why they wanted to have 3 of the Grand Prix events and have this kind of system. My own feeling is they could just have had the semifinalists in the World Cup and be done with it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we do have
but it's just a personal thought. I mean, it reduces the number of tournaments they have to organize as well. So they could have just done it there. But then had a proper match for the quarters where they actually qualify for these. Because the moment you get into the semis, if you qualify, then that should be worth something. I don't know. It's, again, my feeling with most qualification systems is that by definition, they have to make someone unhappy. So, I'll just state that because it's easy to say, I don't like this and I don't like that. But if a qualification system satisfies everyone, it doesn't exist. So you've got to compromise somewhere. And, people do have 3 chances. Maybe it's worth something.
And what is your personal experience? Have you ever played in Grand Prix tournaments?
I've not played the Grand Prix series that they had for the candidates in 14-15. I have not played the Grand Prix series more recently and so on. I've obviously played the World Cup, and I even played the Grand Swiss. And this particular format of group stage, I only played once in Dortmund. 1 year in 2004, they switched to that system. And I won my first game, and that was very helpful against the Swidler, who finished 2nd. And after that, I needed 1 more win. I beat Wrublewski, and then I was safe in my group, and that's all I remember. So it's a format where if you do well, then you remember it as being pleasant, and otherwise you suffer the whole time.
Yes, that's the life of chess players. We do have the first moves in both rounds. They started on time, and in both games, I can say that the first move has been played d4 by Nakamura and by Aronian.
Okay, and now it seems that Dominguez is going to repeat this Queen b6. So I think at least e4, b5 is what I'm expecting. But let's see. Let's see what he does. This has been sort of fashionable recently. A4, c6. And this used to be what they told you never to do when we were young. And now computers have shown that it is in fact playable. People have cottoned on to it, and okay.
They're doing it. They're doing it
Yes,
so
doing
fast. Yes. And the engine now says that White has a very good position. Why engine is so dramatic? Because of the pawn structure?
What does it say about White's position?
It says +1 and something.
Well, it'll clearly, yeah, but Levon is going to charge down the main line, and let's see what happens here. This is very, very topical. Quickly, maybe Nakamura and Rapport will do the same. I don't know. No, Rapport will find something else unusual. He has enough unusual stuff going on. Okay, that's a Nimzo.
Yeah. Good.
Then let's go back to Aronian Dominguez. Sorry.
Oh, wow. Hold on. Did he just play E5? This is all day theory here, right? Bishop F4, E5? What? This pawn is hanging twice.
It's the only move, because you, after bishop takes E5, you have knight D7, and that's the only point. But again, this is modern computer induced chess. Bishop F4, all played instantly. And let's see, now they play knight Gf6, and very exciting.
Wow, what a start of a day. Seems like they have charged their batteries. Aronian had a day off yesterday, while Dominguez had to play against Wesley So, and it was very exciting game. But I felt like it was also something that could take the energy from the player. So
yes and no. I have found that I really look forward to rest days. I feel that I'm going to rest. I'm going to enjoy this rest day. I feel wonderful the evening before a rest day. But usually by the end of the rest day, I think, where did that day go? And I feel kind of let down. It's very hard to come out of a rest day feeling I really made use of it. I really feel good. Whereas the player who was qualified is so relieved that he does not care. But nonetheless, if Levon got two good nights of sleep, and same for Hikaru, then of course, and probably they did a bit of sightseeing in Berlin. Levon used to live in Berlin, so maybe he's just visiting a few old haunts.
Vishy, we do remember that. That you were also you were in Germany when the first lockdown started.
Yes, I was in the Frankfurt area. So near the, Hans-Walter Schmidt, the organizer of the Mainz tournament, I happened to be right next to him. And so they were relatively pleasant months, even though I was cut off from coming back. It was nice as things go. It's not like I was kept in some hotel on the airport road and quarantined there or something. I was very comfortable. But yes, I spent close to 4 months there, waiting for a flight back.
Yeah, tough times during the lockdown. But Vishy, what's going on here? White just grabbed the rook, and Black is playing just like nothing happened. Can you please tell us what's going on?
Well, they've just space barred, if you like. For those of you who don't catch that reference, when you're using a chess engine, if you press the space bar, it'll put the next move. So space barring is a way of saying you just see the engine line till the end. Okay, I'm sure no one on chess.com was oblivious to that reference, but what the hell, I'll say it. F3, and this is all very topical. In fact, I have the feeling that, or I had the feeling that Black is completely okay here. I'll play bishop b4 check. You'll go knight c3. And then White will play bishop e2 and castles. Black's king is kind of stuck on d8, meaning it's quite cozy there, but meaning that it's not really able to castle or run away very easily. So it could be vulnerable later. And black has this huge pawn mass on the queen side, and don't forget the a pawn. So if this ever becomes an end game, black will have a lot of compensation for the exchange. For me, this position is very, very topical, and I'm sure Levon doesn't need a lecture on how the bishop on f1 is hemmed in by these pawns and so on. So he's clearly checked the line, and he's found some long-term plans by which he slowly maneuvers his pieces out, and he thinks white is better. Very interesting opinion. By no means a settled discussion these days. So I'm excited also to find out the theoretical verdict here. If this line works for black, then it's quite a blow to Morphy and Steinitz and these people, because it's even a blow to people 30, 40 years back that this kind of stuff is acceptable. But now it is. And let's find out what happens.
Let's find it out. Now we do have this position. Black just captured the knight on e8 and white played f3. That's currently what we have.
Probably if bishop b4 check, okay. Why can't white play bishop d2? Is it just capture, or is it knight d5? Well, if capture queen d2, I might be able to, queen a5 might be awkward for black with a check and these pawns. So black may also start with knight d5, for instance, or some other useful move instead of bishop b4 check, I mean.
Right away.
Yes.
Yeah. Looks very interesting. They're taking some time. Dominguez now is very likely trying to remember this line. Shall we go to the other game and check out what happened there at the opening? So we had d4. Reporter played with knight f6, and here we have queen's gambit declined. Bishop g5, queen c2, not to allow bishop f5 here, and that's currently the position.
And this is so en rapport, because these kinds of queen's gambit are so solid and classical that Capablanca and Alekhine would feel right at home here. So we have such a historical contrast in the two positions. I mean, if Capablanca and Alekhine strolled in into the tournament hall, they would think, okay, this one makes sense, and what drugs are these other guys having? That would be the sensation. So, I mean, just to give some perspective, we have the two ends historically of chess understanding here.
Yeah.
But at the moment, Dominguez the line he's playing is very much work in progress.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm making fun of it, but that simply says that old understanding, our understanding before, and let's say Steinitz's viewpoints have to be taken in the correct perspective.
That was really funny to compare this position. It looks so classical, and then this position, which is so engine-like and so modern chess. Yeah, we do have today two very different games. Vishy, Robert here just played knight h5. He is trying to trade the dark square bishops, and seems like white has not f4 square. So is this pretty much forces white to take this bishop on e7?
Yes, white will take. Black will capture with the queen. And the point is that if g4, I have knight f4. White will play knight g2 instead of g4. And if this position, if white had played knight g2 instead of queen c2, then g4 is supposed to be very strong.
You mean here at this point?
Well, I mean that you'll have to even make queen c2 go back and go e3, bishop d3, knight g2. So if you're done e3, bishop e7, bishop d3, knight bd7, knight g2, then knight h5 is a mistake because I capture, you capture, and I have g4. And now you don't have knight f4, so you have to go knight f6. And now after knight g3, white is much better. But given the line Hikaru played, queen c2, this knight h5 thing, I think makes a lot of sense. Incidentally, we should point out in Aronian Dominguez, this very much Dominguez was daring Levon, because Dominguez played the exact same line with the exact same intentions against Wesley So. But Wesley did not play knight d5 and bishop f4, though it's in the air. And so we're very much getting an insight into the whole structure. But this one will be much more placid. So I guess knight g2. And then black can play g6 or knight b6, one of these moves. And or instead of g6, knight b6, and that way I stop this g4. So.
Is there here a chance that white goes long castle and then tries to push the pawns in the center on the king side?
Yes, but how you get about accomplishing it? I mean, you can castle long, but black will play bishop e6 and g6 and castle long as well. And then even f3, e4 isn't as big a blow as you would like it to be. So there's a lot of subtlety. Sometimes white goes king b1, knight c1, b3 to bring it to c5. That is one idea. So, or white could maybe go rook c1, knight a4, though I think that's done with the knight on f3 rather than the knight on e2. What is the current position here? Okay, so Hikaru's not yet played knight g2, but if knight f3, then knight f4, you have to decide how comfortable you are with that. Or white could castle here. And then he doesn't have to play knight g2. He can bring his knight to f3. Because there is no knight f4. And then I play knight f3. And similar thing, my knight is on f3 instead of e2. And so there's a lot of maneuvering. It's a very healthy position for both sides. By this, I mean that common sense, nice moves will often be good. Interesting choice from Rapport, but maybe he just wants a solid opening for today.
Oh yeah, in the yesterday's interview after the playoff, he mentioned that he feels very tired and those tiebreakers took too much of his energy, and maybe this is the effect of his tiredness of that day, and he's just trying to play more solid and he's saving the energy for white color tomorrow.
Yes, but it's also it's a reasonable strategy to play good solid openings that make sense to you and play healthy chess. I mean, these are extremely good players. If you play some let's say slightly suspect line, they will have an idea what to do. You won't catch them completely off guard. And you can provoke a fight, but maybe the fight benefits your opponent. So you also want to play solidly and sensibly sometimes. And again, I would say that if we ask Lenier, that's what he probably thinks he's doing. He's got a line that he's prepared well, and he's challenging his opponent to prove otherwise. But for me, this is a very fun line to watch the theory develop.
We do have knight d5 here, as you were referring here, and Aronian, without thinking here, he very fast played bishop g5.
Again, he has clearly he knows they're both still very much in their prep, because if black plays f6, then that square is missing for the knight. The e6 square is slightly soft, so Levon will no doubt come back to d2 and then try to bring out his pieces. And modern preparation goes quite far. They have some hidden point, no doubt, to this weakening the e6 square. Black doesn't have to play f6, though I don't know what he will play instead. So f6 seems the most likely move. I mean, bishop e7 doesn't really, I don't really believe it.
Can be queen d2 maybe?
Queen d2, yes. And then already queen a5 is a threat as well.
Yeah. Although here, here black can play f6 and the bishop don't really have a good square here.
Yes, but queen a5
and has to queen a5 check and then goes on the 2.
Yes, knight b6. So let me come bishop d2. So you can go, let's say, a6. I assume, because you have to protect one of the 2 pawns. And then I'll go knight c3. I mean that knight c3 will allow bishop b4. No, we don't want that. Okay, come back a second. Knight f4. Let me play knight f4. You can play rook e8. I don't know, king f2 or bishop e2 or something. And now I'm threatening to break the spin. And if you go king d7, then I take on d5. You take, and finally my great point is that I have queen takes b5 check.
And yeah, this is Endgame.
So
quite complicated line.
Yes,
here.
It's not the greatest pawn in the world, but it's a pawn. So
yeah, Dominguez is thinking a lot. Like he's down to 1 hour and 20 minutes, and Levon is having still 6 minutes of increment on his time. Wow. Levon is in a great shape.
Bishop g5 check. I mean, this far you can get. It's all f3 instead of knight c3 and so on. But bishop g5 check suggests that your opponent's preparation finishes 6 or 7 moves later. So you want to start investing time here. Maybe there's some minor detail and you want to be sure you catch everything. So this is a very good moment for Lenier to invest some time.
While Dominguez is thinking, we do have some updates in the other game, and here after queen e7, Hikaru here castled on the long side, and knight b6 was met by h3, so he definitely wants to push g4 next move.
Also, he didn't want to allow knight f3 bishop g4 because he might have felt that relieves the pressure for black. So he's making sure that knight will come to f3 and that bishop is not going to bother it.
Is it dangerous here for black to castle on the short side, like after g6 here?
Not particularly, but on the other hand, it's very difficult for black to attack white on the queen side. I mean, you can open the c file, but that's about it. You're not getting your usual b5, a5 pawn rush. So you can go king side. I think it's slightly easier for white to attack. Knight f3 to e5. f4, g4, I can put a lot of stuff there. But I don't think the black should be considered lost or anything after short castle.
Yeah, Richard Rapport here played a g6 move. Is that because he wants to play knight g7 and bishop f5, or why exactly he plays g6 here, or maybe f5 right away?
No, he wants to move the knight to g7.
Hmm.
So that if he kicks, the knight is kicked, he can go to g7, e6. That's a nice square. Also, if white wants to bring his knight to e5, then black is ready with f6 maybe. It's a matter of taste, I think. You can go to f6 or g7, but in fact, even after g6, you can go back to f6. I think no real damage done, but
yeah, looks very we're quiet for now, but I kind of have a feeling that we might have some sharp lines by the time they play several more moves. Let's get back into the game of
come on,
Aronian.
Katie. Come on, Katie. We're both dying to get back to the other game for the moment. I think I think Nakamura report might become exciting in a few moves, but right now,
yeah, this is our excitement.
I keep wanting to switch over. So.
Yeah. Right. So Dominguez is still thinking, is that a red flag here that his preparation is not, or he maybe doesn't remember, or he remembers everything, he just needs the time now to figure out how to continue?
No, for me, this is nothing, even if he spends another 20 minutes here, because this is critical. I mean, the decisions you make now will affect you the whole game. And so it's worth spending some time here. At least for me, it's nothing special. You can spend a few extra minutes here because black has also gained a lot of time so far. He's played with stud all his opening moves, and the most important thing I think is to feel that you know what you're doing and you remember everything. It's worth spending a few minutes for that.
Vishy, as they are thinking right now in both games, shall we once again see this opening? Because they played so fast, they surely know what happened here and what's happening, but maybe some of our viewers missed the moves. So let's start from the beginning and let's see how we got in here. So here we had Queen's Gambit accepted. White 24, b5, a4. All these moves were played so fast. Knight c3 now, this pawn is hanging, queen b6, and knight d5. It's the queen is under attack, queen goes on b7. And this is something that if you don't know what's going on, it's better not to play like this, queen b6 and queen b7. Bishop comes on f4. This is the threat. And if you try to play knight a6 to avoid that, you will just meet this tactic here. So it's not working. e5 seems to be here the move, but white can take this pawn. Now after e5, black has this additional check in some variations. So knight d7, and bishop went backward. So why not check in here? And why not?
Okay, so king d8, obviously. Now, if you take on a8, bishop b4 check, king e2, and queen e4 is actually checkmate.
Oh, that's so, checkmate in 12 moves.
Yes. And because bishop b4 check, you obviously don't want to play queen d2 and give your queen. So
yeah,
you can't take on a8. So that leaves black with the possibility of you know, it's an interesting question. If after knight c7 check king d8, I can come back to d5 and just say your king is on
wrong place.
Your king has been shifted a bit. I wonder whether they.
Yeah, it's interesting. How about knight e7 to try to distract this knight and open up the queen to e4?
Perhaps bishop e2.
Oh, okay. So if knight takes, there's bishop f3 in the end and wins the rook.
I don't even know if it wins because you can still play queen e6 and this position with the white king running around a bit. Bishop a8, f6. It's some compensation. It's not quite winning, but I suspect it is not good for black.
Too much of complications. So instead, here we had, after bishop knight d7, white decided to take this bishop back, and knight f6. Black is simply ignoring this square, and black is allowing white to get this knight there. But on the other hand, then this pawn will be hanging with the check. So black captured that first, and now the knight. So that's how we got in this position. They made all these moves so fast. I barely saw all the moves. So here f3 was played. Why exactly f3? Is it because the pawn on g2 was hanging?
I think white is probably going to have to play f3 anyway, and the computer gives two moves here, knight c3 or f3. The point is, after knight c3, I can play bishop b4. Whereas after f3, bishop b4 check, as we mentioned, probably bishop d2 is quite unpleasant.
Yeah. So then after f3, knight jumped on d5, bishop went on g5 to give a check. And that was the last time we saw the position, and still Dominguez is not making any move, and he's down to 1 hour and 11 minutes.
I think he's probably overdoing the thinking now, but nonetheless, perhaps there is just something that wasn't in their prep. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, and Vishy, there are some thoughts that, for instance, if you think like more than 15 minutes or 20 minutes for one move, you might overthink and you might make the worst move out of the candidate moves. Is that any advice by the world champion? How much time should we spend per move? And what's the
I'm
most
sure
decent amount?
if I take the worst moves I've made in my career, they should align roughly. Half will be after deep thought and half will be because I was blitzing. So mostly when you're thinking, what you're hoping for is clarity rather than anything else. In fact, it's even better to see very little, but to feel confident and know what you're doing, rather than to see a lot, but then still being unable to choose. Then what's the use of seeing a lot? So certainly here the problem is very specific. Linear is thinking, if I commit f6, is there some long-term consequence? Because this can hardly be an accident. Levon didn't just suddenly change his mind and check. He knows exactly what he's aiming for. And all this is well-known theory until this point. So he has to be thinking, what is my opponent waiting for? Because these are not two people who just fell into this position. They aimed for it. And I mentioned Linear is defending this position with black. He defended earlier against Wesley. Wesley chose a different line and he is repeating it. So very specific challenge, and Linear has to decide, is he going to play bishop e7 or f6 or knight f6 perhaps, the one on d7, why not? What is Levon aiming for? And I agree with you then, now that I feel that he's probably overthinking, but it's still very acceptable. I mean, imagine that Linear solves the question he is asking himself, and then he has only 40 minutes left. Is that a problem? No. But suppose Lenier says, oh, I should not think any longer, and interrupts his thoughts and plays f6, and he has an hour and 10 left. I don't think that's an advantage. So you can't take these things literally. I mean, Grishchuk, for one, is happy to spend his time very, very illogically, but as long as he's ready to deal and face the problems, then it's a perfectly valid strategy.
Mm-hmm. Right, they are taking their time. I think it's the time for our first break. I know, Vishy, you have a mission to accomplish for this break and I'll get myself second cup of coffee because it seems like this game will be very exciting and the other one also gets in there. So please don't go anywhere. We will be back shortly. The chess.com Rapid Chess Championship is a brand new world-class online rapid event series for the top 100 players, top 10 women, top 10 juniors in the world. Watch as the very best compete for their share of $20,000 each week, culminating with a $150,000 prize in the finals in August. This tournament starts today at 9 a.m. Pacific, so please don't miss that one. We'll be on the main channel of chess.com. But we're at the FIDE Grand Prix and the semi-finals, where we do have very interesting games between Hikaru Nakamura and Richard Rapport, and another game, Levon Aronian against Lenier Dominguez. And Vishy, I don't see a move in the game of Aronian and Dominguez.
Yes, by now I'm curious what is taking so much of his time. I mean, there's f6 and let's say a6, queen c6, that's playable. There is knight 7 to f6, which also looks kind of playable, and this can't have caught him completely off guard, so I'm not quite sure what's happening.
Oh, we do have a move right now. Dominguez made a move and he went for f6, and Aronian was like, come on, I was waiting for this for so long, and he played bishop d2 and he got another minute on the clock, and now he has 1 hour and 37 minutes.
So clearly Lenier is at least slightly unsettled. He seems to have been caught slightly off guard. Whether this will translate into much, we'll see. But on the other hand, you could say that Lenier is now fully concentrated. He's been thinking a long time about the subtleties. Maybe the next few moves will come quite fast. Let's see.
Yeah. Any idea where this king gonna go, on the queen side or on the king side? What will be
my hunch would now be using the free square on f7. Why not? I mean, I've gotten it for free, so let me go there. Of course, that means that if white plays b3 and black captures, and if white captures that pawn with his queen, then that's going to be pointing at f7. So potentially something to keep in mind. What else can black play here? You can play knight d7 to b6, or I mean, I'd play a6 just so my queen didn't have to hang around on a8 and protect this pawn, so that I'm free to go to c6 or something. In blitz, I would play a6 immediately, because there is no time to spend 20 minutes on the subtleties, and you just make this move and then you make the next one. So sometimes thinking what you would do in blitz is a good way to simplify your options.
That's right. He's still taking his time. Let me refresh this. Yeah, bishop d2 was played here. Is there a chance he might consider move like knight b4? Because I do love this move, and to get this knight on d3 with a checkmate. Vishy, look at this. It's a checkmate. Let's make any random move here. I don't know, h4 to start the kingside attack. There will be knight d3 checkmate. So how I'd place him.
That is lovely indeed, but I think this knight b4 would have made more sense if you had played knight 7 to f6. After f6, if I go knight c3, you would play queen b8 maybe. Yes, actually you could do this, queen b8, because you're threatening bishop d6 and maybe some pressure on h2 and so on. Knight b4 seems okay. Knight c3, queen b8. Let me go b3, just to undermine your stuff there.
Yeah, it just felt like knight b4 is the move that's actually don't really stops white to play knight c3 and b3. Is that a idea for white in this position to play knight c3 or b3 right away?
Well, the devil is in the details. You always, it's nice to, it's very nice being a commentator. You can just throw out these plans, but the players have to work out every single one and work it out to the end and play it. But let's put ourselves in their frame of mind. Bishop d2, what would you play? I mean, I said I'd play a6 and then queen b8. I could also consider bishop d6 so that I'm threatening queen b8 somewhere. For the moment, my queen side isn't about to collapse, so I can delay a6 by a move or two. Now I'm threatening rook e8, after which you'll have to do moves like king f2, and I'm threatening queen b8. Sooner or later, I feel I'll play a6, but I can do it a bit later.
Right. Is that check will change anything here in this position, or black will simply ignore it and play knight b6?
It'll make you a little bit uncomfortable. I would rather move my king. King to e7 or e8, yeah. And then I might go e7 so that I can play rook e8 and maybe go to f8 in one move. So again, this pawn on f3 makes the bishop on f1 extra miserable, and it's going to take the long way to get out. And bishop a5 check, if I move my king, now your e3 square is uncovered. So you should only play bishop a5 if you actually are accomplishing something.
Right. Oh, we have a move here, Vishy. Linear here plays bishop d6 after
okay,
just
so
2 minutes thinking.
My second option, not a6, but bishop d6. What can happen here? One option is knight g3 in order to play bishop e2 and castle. Or even king f2.
To give it
yes,
check.
And then I can go, I don't know, bishop e2 or king f2. Bishop e2, queen b8. Yeah, king f2. Okay, Katie, since you like these mating ideas, I can play knight c5, yeah.
Thank you.
But again, this is, I think, the helpmate category. So
I love it.
So,
I love it. And we can take now with a bishop.
Yes. But amongst the problems is I could even play bishop takes c4.
In this position?
Yes. And if b takes c4, then I take the knight and I have cleared a square for my king. So I can go run back to f1 for what it's worth. Anyway, knight c5 was obviously a joke. To be honest, I like
it's a joke, but it's a joke, but look at this evaluation here. It says that black has a huge advantage, and even without engine, look this 4 pieces of white.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't quite sure how bad the evaluation was. So what's the move? Bishop d7 or something? Or
yeah, can be.
Okay. Oh, this wasn't clear to me at all. I thought it's really unclear. Yeah. But if white's thing is so bad, I don't know what I would do here after bishop d6.
How about g3 and to try to castle with Hikaru bishop on g2?
Yes, but f3 kind of. I mean, normally a bishop coming to g2 is supposed to make a dramatic appearance, not hide behind the f3 pawn. Also, I could play knight e3 here, Katie.
Knight e3? Oh.
Yes, bishop e3, queen f3, and I'm forking the rook and the bishop. So
I like that. Yeah. White has to be really careful in this position. And now it is Levon who started to think in this position as we're just going into the lines.
Or is that our analysis? Did he play knight g3?
Let me update bishop. Yeah, knight g3. He just made this.
He went knight g3 very quickly. Okay. I mean, this is a position where black would like to have played f5 because then that knight is kind of looking silly, but exactly now with the knight on d7, I cannot play f5.
Yeah.
So I would need to, and white is probably going to get in knight e4. And the advantage is from e4, it can then proceed to c5 or some other square like that.
And after check, we just agreed that bishop b2 is better than king f2.
Yes, but okay. Let me now play. I still want to do a6 in some way or shape, but let's do a6. What the hell? Of course, I should go queen b8 instead of a6.
This is so good looking move. Oh, sorry, just hitting the knight with the check.
And if knight e4, I will actually take on h2.
Mm-hmm.
And your king is just a little bit soft there.
Yeah. Looks good. Knight g3.
Rook e8 and queen b8 seem very reasonable, right?
We do have some updates in the other game. Shall we very quickly go in there?
Yes.
Because Rapport also decided to castle on the long side, as Hugh mentioned earlier. After g6, we had knight f3, knight g7, g4. Very likely white wanted to avoid bishop f5 trade here, so g4 was played, bishop e6, knight on e2, knight.
That's interesting. I kept thinking white's plan was knight d2 b3, but in fact he's going knight e2 and coming maybe to f4.
Yeah. And after long castle, we have king b1 and king b8. This is the position we see here.
White can play knight f4. Black can then either play knight e8 d6, or he can play bishop c8 and knight e6. So a couple of options there.
Is there any breakthrough from any of the sides, or we will see here some maneuvering moves rather than breakthroughs?
I don't see anything immediate happening. I mean, black could theoretically try for h5, but isn't obvious to me that that's good for black. Because it means g6 is just a bit softer, which means I can play knight e5 and you don't have f6 anymore. I could play f6 here and maybe bishop f7 and try to play g5 after that myself with black. But if I go rook g1 here, rook bg1 for instance, what's black going to do? Because I'm threatening h4, h5, or even g5 and fight for the e5 square. So I think for the moment you don't want to touch anything, which means bishop d7 or bishop c8 and then knight to e6 maybe.
And what if white pushes this pawn and then gets control over the e5 square?
I don't know if f6 is a typical plan. Maybe it shouldn't be played. Knight e8 d6, but I think it's not effective against the knight going to f4. I'm not an expert on this line, but seems to me that because when white's knight is on b3, you want to get one of your knights to c4. But here I don't know if this is worth very much. White's plan could simply be rook dg1, h4, g5, fight for squares, like the dark squares on the king side, and then play h5, something along those lines.
Is black here? Is black here planning to hit the center with c5, or that's not in black's plans?
It's one of black's resources, but I don't see it as being so strong here. I mean, even if you accomplish it, you just got a isolated pawn, and I get the d4 square. What's in it for you?
Mhm.
So unless you're opening an attack on the queen side or something specific works, I can't see that this is something white should be concerned about.
Right. King b8 has been played in this game. Maybe we can switch to the game, which is so exciting in this round. And seems like Dominguez is now down to 48 minutes, according to the clock. We have.
Okay, let's try our other favorite line. Rook e8 check. Are you playing king f2? Are you playing bishop e2?
Bishop e2. Let's go. This one.
Okay, so you're not going to let me have my knight c5.
It was a nice looking move. Once again, we can show that out.
Yeah, bishop e2. Then what does black want? Maybe if I go queen b8, then you can castle. I don't know. But then I go bishop g3, g3. Or maybe I don't even want to do that. Maybe I just want to play
maybe
a6.
a6. Yeah.
Yes.
To threaten to take it twice.
Bishop a5 check. Bishop c7, I guess. I mean, by now I have this e3, f4 square and so on. So I don't have to be too concerned about exchanging. And I have quite decent compensation here for the exchange. So to my human eyes, it looks very acceptable for black, but white can easily start some f4 plan. So let's try this again. Rook e8 check, bishop e2, queen b8, castles a6, maybe somehow f4 so that I can play bishop f3. But you take the pawn, knight f4.
Knight How about to give a check, maybe?
Okay, bishop c7.
Oh, no, rook f4 is not really winning.
Bishop a5, and then I'm still attacking you.
Yeah.
Nope. So not this either.
Yeah, this rook e8 seems to be that white has to do some forcing moves, but Dominguez is still thinking here. What else he might be thinking? Is there any other alternatives that black can start to play? For instance, how about queen b8 right away to hit the knight?
Mm-hmm.
If you play knight e4, now I can play rook e8 to pin the knight. f5 will be on the board.
And then king f2.
King f2.
But instead of rook e8, maybe you could have played bishop takes h2. Or maybe you can just do it now.
Looks good.
So knight g3, queen b8, king f2, right? We thought. But then queen, no, I can't go queen b6. That would be a very bad idea. So we don't want to do that.
We don't want to do that.
What can I do instead? Can I play knight 7 b6?
How about this bishop here and here? Or it takes too much time? to hit d4 pawn.
Seems like a decent plan. I mean, if knight e4, you want to go bishop b6. Yeah. Seems a tad on the slow side to me, but I don't see anything wrong with it. It's just I feel I might have something faster. But
Still,
but at least it's nice when you get a position like this. It's so unbalanced that it's very hard to figure out till the end what's going on.
Vishy, which is your favorite time format? Classical or blitz and a rapid? Which one do you prefer to play?
I think I'm fine as long as I know what it's going to be. You know, if it's rapid, you get ready to play rapid. If it's blitz, you get ready to play blitz. And the same goes for classical. I can't say I have a huge preference these days. Of course, when I was younger, I had a preference for rapid in general, rapid and blitz. But I think right now my feeling is, as long as they let me know before they press the clock, it's okay.
And do you very often play bullet chess as well, or that's not your cup of tea?
No, I've never played bullet chess.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever played a minute on the clock.
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. You should definitely try that.
Yes.
All right, you're not making any moves, but we do have at least one move in the game of Hikaru and Robert. And here White decides to play rook d1 to c1. Is that something that he wants to avoid c5, or he wants to get himself queen c5 on the board?
For me, I was about to explain, if you had asked me a minute ago, I had said White no longer needs rook c1 because the knight is gone, the wrong knight has moved. The knight has moved to the right, and therefore, since knight has gone to e2 to the king side, I would keep it for something. I don't see the combination, what it's doing, this particular combination, rook c1 and knight e2. I mean, I would have thought if you're going to play rook c1, then you want knight a4, and then knight c5 or exchange on a4 and rook c3. On the other hand, over here, if you want knight e2, then like I said earlier, knight f4, rook dg1 and h4. So at the moment, I'm curious what it is I don't understand about the structure. Probably I will learn something today. Why rook c1 is a good move in combination with this. It should be interesting to figure out. And the other game, I mean, in almost any time control, I would take black's position over white's position. It's very hard to play with white, but maybe Levon is really better. And there are ways that you can slowly crawl out of this thing, but it seems to me that bishop on f1 is so sad. So
yeah, Dominguez down to 40 minutes. This time really worries me here from like, because at the beginning we were talking about the time, and if you spend some minutes, and in the end if you have a little bit of advantage and you have 40 minutes still, it's fine. But he has 40 minutes and still the same position. Little bit.
Maybe Lenier is going to answer your question. Maybe he wants to play 20 minutes of classical chess followed by 10 minutes of rapid chess and 10 minutes of blitz. Maybe that's what he's going to do.
Speed up. He has to speed up. He has to speed up really, because this is the move 17.
Queen b8. Okay, there he is. That seems kind of nice. King f2 happened instantly. Keep in mind though that even if by now Levon doesn't like his position, he would still play king f2 instantly because he's an ultimate bluffer. He's an ultimate pragmatist. He knows that if he thinks king f2 is the best move in a bad position, you might as well play it quickly and look confident. So these aspects are important as well. And Levon is very, very good at that. I mean that we cannot read any evaluation from all this. And the other thing about queen b8 is there was one more plan, which is a6 and queen a7, tapping the pawn on d4.
It's good looking.
Yeah. I don't know how good that was, but I was just beginning to think whether that might be something. Queen b8, king f2. Now what should black play? I would consider knight b6. Just to stop all this knight f5 stuff or knight e4 stuff. Though, of course,
Sorry, I didn't
e4,
heard.
Knight d7 to b6, and then I wanted to stop knight f5. I must admit I have not stopped knight e4, so that might be quite unpleasant. I cannot take on h2 now because of g3.
Stops the bishop.
Wait, but I have f5.
This might be okay as there is a bishop g5 check and maybe white can use
Okay,
this
and so
check.
what? I go king e8.
This knight cannot really move, so bishop has to be taken.
Yeah, fe4.
And now shall we pin this one? Let's say here.
Admittedly, I would like to castle now, but I can't.
That's very much illegal. That's very much illegal.
Yes, but I can play e3 check after queen e1 and.
Oh, how about just a take here?
Yeah, this I don't know. If I go rook f8, you have king g2, but what exactly is my? I can play h6, but you have queen h5. You must be winning. Yeah. Okay, no, this has not gone well. Let's go back.
Yeah, taking on h2 seems too risky.
Wait, is it so clear? Bishop h2, g3, f5, bishop g5. What if I play knight f6? Knight f6.
Here.
Yes.
Takes.
Yeah, fe4, but maybe I still have to. That pin is still a bit awkward for me. I can play. What can I play? H6.
This is also pinned, so the bishop is not really hanging, and maybe white could either develop the bishop or play this king on g2.
Then I go rook f8. I mean, I'm just throwing some moves around to see where this goes, but I agree. This feels wrong for black. Maybe bishop f6 and queen h5 is winning because I just queen h5 and then the queen can go to c5 and it's just very dominant on these squares.
We do have a move here, and Dominguez decided to play rook e8 after king f2. So we have this position. Can white here just try to end the development, or for instance push the pawn b3 starting with a check, bishop c7, b3, let's say?
But then I have bishop a5, queen rook a5, queen b6. Can't I do it quite well here?
Queen has to go in here too.
No, then I go c3 and I'm threatening queen d4 check.
Looks really bad here for white.
Yeah, it's a very rich position. It's hard to come up with clear answers, but I continue to like Black's position. I mean, to human eyes, it's much easier to play and so on, but clearly White has specific moves. Because again, I don't believe that Levon finds himself in this position. He clearly aimed for it. So I'm just curious to find out what is happening in that sense. What they think right now is also could be interesting. It's a great moment for a confessional, but
oh yeah, that would be a good to see what they are thinking if they can confess. Have you ever used confess boot while you were playing?
I confessed once. I think I was playing Magnus maybe in Norway. I confessed once, but most of the time I forget to confess. I know the organizers tell me, look guys, it'd be really nice if you can confess. No, I think I confessed in St. Louis. I've forgotten even where I confessed. But most of the time I sit there at the board and I completely forget that I have to confess. The habit doesn't come naturally. And then at the end of the game, you realize, oh, I wish I had gone and did this, because the organizers ask and they're trying to do something. But invariably, by the time I remember, I should go and use the confessional booth. The game is over.
Is it very easy for player to talk or confess, right, when everything is still going on and you're fully in the game?
I think some players almost need to do it while the game is going on because they don't want to keep it inside. And for some, it doesn't come naturally.
Interesting. We are going to take our second break now, Vishy, and I hope that when we come back, we might have a little bit of more moves in this game and also the others. So please don't go anywhere. This game is just going to be more and more sharp and more exciting. So we'll be back in a few minutes.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
Title Tuesday is now 2 weekly tournaments with triple the prizes, totaling over $250,000 a year. Tune in each week at 8 a.m. and 2 p.m. Pacific to see your favorite title players battle it out right here at chess.com. But before that, now we have the FIDE Grand Prix 2022. Already semifinals. We do have 4 players remaining in this tournament out of 16, but we do have very interesting 2 games. And the one we are mainly focused today is Aronian and Dominguez. Vishy, we do have some updates there, and let's see very quickly these moves. So before we left, Aronian made bishop e2 move here, and he's playing really fast this opening. And after bishop c7, this is the time when he's thinking, is the idea of bishop c7 to bring this bishop on b6 and hit the pawn on e5, d4?
Well, you suggested a few moves ago for the same reason. And yes, I think that is the point. It's also, sometimes it's a reasonably prophylactic move. You just play it and ask white what his plan is. So you've taken care of bishop a5 check. Now perhaps on a good day, I could consider knight f8, maybe knight e6. Don't ask me why I couldn't consider that in the last move, but anyway, I have bishop b6. So there are 1 or 2 options, but yes, clearly what black wants is bishop b6. And how is white going to deal with that is not obvious to me. But like I said, I've been liking black's position for a while now. As a practical player, if you had asked me to choose, I would take black in a second. But I know that probably the computer evaluation is more nuanced. And I'm curious how white is going to deal with this. I like black. What can I tell you?
I also like so much black's position. But Aronian do have more time on the clock, and if he's still in his preparation, he exactly remembers what to play. The engine gives a little bit slightly advantage for white in here. Is there a way that white can play rook e1 and try to artificial castle on the king side? Is that a safe way?
But right now, I don't see after rook e1 how you're going to deal with bishop b6. That's a problem. So yes, but how do you deal with that? I mean, you would have to go bishop a5 almost.
Yeah, to pin. But hold on.
Or you just go king g1, bishop takes d4, king h1, and you just claim that you ran away successfully. I don't know which it is.
Yeah, and yeah, that's what actually engine also likes to play this position. Now bishop a5 is a serious threat as white is winning one of those pieces. How about knight zone? Okay, I'm scared. I'm scared, Vishy. I'm really scared to play this position with black such a pin. Because there's anyway bishop a5, and if the bishop goes back, you can play queen d5 as the knight is pinned. And the check will come even after bishop f2. Oh, this knight is sinking. So is that after king g1, the pawn on d4 is untouchable?
The paradox is that for white, it's almost a pawn I'm happy to get rid of, because then it opens my the d file for my queen and rook, and suddenly it may be a horrible pawn to go around taking. But the question is, in case taking b2 as well was helpful.
Okay.
Bishop takes b2, maybe that is something, but
Check. Still.
so knight d5 to b6 maybe, but then rook b1 and it's a funny pawn to take, because when white just gives it to you, you don't really want to take it. So
But how about actually? By the way, Rook E1 was played in the game, as I've seen. How about after Bishop B6 and King G1? If that's what Levon is planning, how about this move that you were suggesting earlier, not to get on E6 and to attack on D4?
in fact, I was wondering whether after rook E1, if I could play knight F8 here. So I keep, so that if you go King G1, I can still take on G3 maybe. But the problem here is head G3, Queen G3, and then Rook A7, and suddenly Bishop A5 is becoming a problem. So how do we execute all this? It's getting chaotic. Instead of knight F8, what about F5? Does that make sense?
F5 here. And if I take F5?
Then knight D7 to F6.
Okay, the knight is hanging. It goes backwards.
Yes, and yeah, I don't see it. H5 maybe. Bishop G5. Okay, H5. Bishop G5, maybe Bishop F4. Or you know what? H4. Let me try H4 instead of Bishop F4. Sorry.
And after
now
taking now.
Bishop F4.
I love that.
And I'm threatening
G5 is a
G5.
threat. Yeah.
But now you can maybe take on F6 and just play GF6, I guess, and then knight F1. Then I have knight E3.
And after taking here, King F1 and Queen comes on H2, and yeah, checkmate is in. All right, let's get back at the starting position. This is Rook on E1, and here Black is taking his time. He's down to 34 minutes right now, and not very easy to make decision. How about just
H5, yeah? What about H5, yeah?
With either to push.
The low energy version of the other one.
Yeah, now in this same line with 94, bishop takes on H2 and G3. The rook is not on H1 and the bishop is not hanging. So
I can play rook takes E4 there, right? So the rook is also well placed. But still a fascinating position.
It is very interesting position.
And now in Hikaru against Rapport, I'm failing to see what he wanted with that rook on C1. Unless he now switches plans and plays knight D2, knight B3. But why did he play rook C1 is still... I mean, these kinds of details, obviously the players are really into the position. Hikaru is familiar with this position. So the assumption is there is some hidden point, and I'd like to know what it is.
A lot of maneuvering here. Is there a way that he wants to get this knight on e5 and then to look after this?
Yes, knight e5. Can I go knight c4? Or am I just losing a pawn, right? Yes.
And knight b or d?
I think it doesn't matter because in both cases you'll take on c4, take on e6, take on c4, and you're a pawn up. Well, you'd probably want to take with the bishop first on c4. Or you could even
I'm confused.
Yeah, you could take on e6 first, and then you could take on e6 first, and then everything works. Yeah. And now you take twice on c4, and you're a pawn up.
Yeah.
I mean, blacks can go queen e4, check queen f3. There might be even some compensation, but it's a pawn.
Pawn is a pawn. And very likely black doesn't want to give up that pawn. So 95 is here f6 move to kick back this knight?
Yes, there are two problems for white. One is that queen c6, you play fe5, so that doesn't work. And the second, because the knight is no longer going to fork on c6. And the second one is, well, you can take on g6 maybe. But queen f7 or queen d7, knight h8, rook h8. And I don't believe that white is better here.
These pieces are very,
very
good looking.
Quite nice.
Right.
Okay, Lenier has played bishop b6 and Levon has gone king g1.
Oh,
so none of our h5 fantasy chess.
Now h5 is not that strong and doesn't really make that much of sense, right? As it can simply go on f1 right after h4.
It's a decent gamble. I mean, it's as good as anything in this position. I still don't have a good feel for, because that white bishop on e2 is really funny, but on the other hand, how much compensation that gives black is hard for me to tell.
It's really sad that king cannot get on f7 in these positions, and as rook got on e1, and anytime king gets on e7, there will be some discovery checks.
Yeah.
Well, there is not this funny looking moves like queen e5 to using this pin and to take this with a queen, because this here, and after this you can simply take on d4 and this bishop is still pinned. Now in this position, if white's king gets at the safe spot, let's say king h1 or being on g1, is there a question that the black's king is misplaced here in this center?
It's safer than most castle kings right now, but the question is, as the pieces get swapped and everything, it might suddenly find itself in the crossfire. Obviously, right now it's very, very safe, and black still has a very good fortress-like pawn structure. So we're very far from this becoming a problem, but could turn out to be the case one day.
Right before the start of this round, I very quickly searched for the statistics between these between these four players, and I found out that Levon and Lenier has been played several games, and Levon is leading with just 1 point in classical chess. They have made like 4 draws, but they have played tons of rapid games, and in this format, Levon is leading with 13-5, and they have made 18 draws. That's a lot of games they have played. It's quite a lot.
I imagine a good proportion of those, considerable fraction of those games are in St. Louis as well.
And as now Levon switched his federation from Armenia to USA, they might be playing side by side for USA team.
Yes, it's worth noting that of the 4 semifinalists, 3 are American.
Yeah, 3 of them are representing America. That's this Americans should be really proud of their players. Yeah, update this if we have. Oh, look at this, Vishy. Black plays 95. That's interesting.
But what happens if I go King H1?
Maybe he wants to get
C6?
this. Oh, Knight C6. I thought he wanted to push forward.
Well, now the question is, I don't know, B3. If not B3, what else? Knight E4.
B3 can be met by C3.
Yeah, and then I have to see whether bishop takes B5 works. It does, I think. Bishop B5, CD to rook E8 check. So this one's nice. And with rook E1, I have bishop E1. So that also works.
So after B3, what else black can play? Is it
but okay, if he doesn't go, if King H1, what else can black be aiming for? Knight G6 maybe?
Instead of King H1?
No, King H1, and then instead of Knight C6, I was wondering if maybe Knight G6.
All right.
But if you want to spend more time on Knight C6, that I think crucial as well, because after B3, maybe there are other moves for black. Yeah, Knight C6 seems like to be close to the action. B3. And if black takes this pawn, white will first take B5, and then we'll take this pawn on B3, or just take on B3 right away and hit the knight and the pawn same time. Somehow it doesn't feel like it's working, right? I mean, this plan seems very convoluted to me. Knight E5, C6 takes D4, it's spectacular, but this I will play B takes C4. And what if you do bishop takes D4, then I go BC4. And if B takes C4, then I just maybe bishop takes C4 is strong. Maybe rook C1 is strong. Just everything might be just strong.
Too much tension on D file.
Yeah. Now suddenly you asked me a few minutes ago, how safe is that king on D8? And suddenly all the pawns have disappeared and he's not having fun. So
King H1 is on the board. Levon had made this move really fast.
For me, Knight E5 is very strange, because if bishop D4 check King H1 was going to happen, then why would you play Knight E5? So is it Knight C6 he wants?
Yeah,
no, here bishop A5 loses a piece, obviously, but if he didn't want to take it, then why Knight E5? It's too many moves to take the pawn like this. Knight C6, B3 must be good.
Yeah, and this is very important that after C3, there's bishop B5, and white is just on time to complicate the position.
So let's try rook takes E1. Bishop takes E1. Knight takes D4. I go bishop c4. And once again,
C2.
what's black doing?
Can we go c2? Queen probably on d2 and to try to develop the bishop either here or here. Let's go here.
Yeah, bishop f2.
Oh, the bar goes all the way down.
Okay, so maybe something went wrong. Queen f4. No. Okay, but instead of bishop f2, there must be some way for white to be better here. This is just so good for white. I don't know, knight e2 perhaps. Knight e4 with the idea of bishop g3.
Yeah. To hit the queen.
No.
How about knight e2 instead? Seems like white has to be also very accurate because
yeah, so it's
see
not
when we make the moves, it's the evaluation drops now.
Yeah, so just go back a couple of moves. Let's see if we can figure this out.
All right. At this
yeah,
point,
B3.
Oh, we do have these moves. Look at this. 95, yeah. King h1,
B3,
knight c6 was played, and b3 is on the board. Yeah.
Okay, so c3, I think we are getting here. Then bishop b5.
Takes.
Rook e1, bishop e1, knight takes d4. And now what is the move we're looking at? If bishop c4, you're playing c2. Maybe bishop d3. Nah.
How about knight e2? Because, you know, if you take this bishop, you can always take the knight with a check.
Yes, so just try knight e2, c2. Maybe knight e2, c2, and then what? Queen somewhere strong, but where exactly? So this is quite a hard moment to get it right. Instead of knight e2, was there any other move? So knight d4, what other moves are there?
Oh, so
okay, bishop c4.
Rook a4 looks too risky, right? Because after c2,
well, rook
really
a4 c2 is going to be a problem for you.
Yeah, this day square that white is not controlling.
Because you're going to have to be distracted from the pin. So
bishop c4
and c2.
c2. Yeah, this is very important to push this pawn, right? Because if you go bishop b6 right away, you take and then c3 is hanging. So c2 here.
Well, that's not clear because you can go bishop e6, bishop d5, c2, but I suspect that's not really going to work. And what? Queen d3, bishop d5, and then some bishop c3 or f2 or something. The evaluation bar just keeps on dropping.
Yeah.
Wow,
all right,
that is so difficult. It's so difficult to find the winning plan here. I mean, I just thought bishop b5 is plus minus, but it's what could the winning move be? c2, all right.
Oh, how about queen d3 to look for that pawn as well?
Yeah.
Because now knight is hanging after bishop e6. White might consider to take it and then to give some check and pick up g7 pawn.
Yeah, but already after queen takes h7, you feel that queen e5 and it's going to be just kind of messy.
for the position we have over here. Let me update the current
Okay,
position.
so
C3 is on the board.
C3 is being played.
Aronian takes this pawn. Bishop d7 was played by Dominguez here. He didn't captured a d4 pawn. And Vishy,
rook e8.
The time here, do you think the time can be a very important aspect here? Because Aronian has like 1 hour more and it's so sharp. There's so many lines and Dominguez just have 20 minutes and they have to make 16 more moves before the time control.
I think Dominguez will have to concentrate a lot because he'll have to use Levon's time as well as his own. But for Levon also it's tricky. There's an unpleasant situation for the person with more time. Do you try to blitz your opponent or not? Typical mistake can happen. So what happens here if I go rook takes e8 check, bishop takes e8, and then bishop c4? Or you just play knight b4, knight c6.
Which you can black like sneak out from this.
No, then I play bishop takes c3. I play bishop takes c3, knight takes c3, queen e1 check maybe.
All right. Okay, that makes sense. Here. And what's White's next move here?
I don't know. I mean, I first thought bishop c4, but then I'm not even sure what happens after knight c6 to b4. For the moment, the knights are hooking up with each other and threatening to push that pawn. And is this better for white or not? But maybe bishop e1 is quite nice. It's a really hard position to judge. And it strikes me that instead of bishop d7, rook e1 and knight takes d4 was so hard to solve because we've tried to make all sorts of natural moves and the computer evaluation kept on dropping for us. I'm fascinated with what's going on here.
Yeah, I was dropping every move.
Maybe knight e2 there. Okay, you really have to concentrate and try.
Again, it goes down. It goes down. 95 is the move so powerful in most of the positions, just to bring this queen in the center.
Yeah.
Well, bishop d7 has been played, and it is Levon's move. He's now considering some variations, starting with rook trade, or just to move bishop away. Although the bishop is quite limited, right? Like all those squares are controlled by black, and if you play bishop c1, then you don't really have any control on first rank. Like if there are some something like c2.
No, but already black doesn't have any compensation with material compensation. Now it's purely that pawn on c3 plus some loose pieces, and it's very tactically defined.
Oh, wow. In the other game, something really crazy is happening. Let's take a very quick look in there as Aronian is taking his time. So after rook c1, we were trying to figure out what was Aronian's plan, and he goes now a4. He's going queenside attack.
Yes. So clearly he has a big threat of a4, a5, a6 rather. And if knight c4, which has been played, then what does Hikaru want? Okay, let's try a5. Knight a5, queen c5. You take. I take with the pawn. Yes. Now you go where? Knight d7. I go knight d4. Then you go what? Rook h8 or?
Rook e8.
Then I'm going to play b3.
Oh, this and this can be an idea to attack the knight.
Yes.
Very interesting sacrifice of this pawn, a5. So after a4, like played knight c4, and a5 can be really strong.
One thought, what else do I have? Can I go king a1 doesn't make sense, king a2 doesn't make sense. I mean, you're going to play queen b4 and whatever.
Yeah, b3 is not a valid move because it loses a queen.
b3 would not be good.
No. How about knight e5 here, just to get rid of this knight and then to keep this threat on the board, a5, a6.
But now I'm winning a pawn, right, with queen b4.
Yeah, it's not good for white.
Yeah.
So let's go to this line again. A5, knight takes, because it looks like a forced line. Now queen c5, like has to take this queen, otherwise the knight is hanging. Pawn takes, because if rook takes, knight might try a way out.
And get back to d6.
Yeah, so take, knight is hanging. Knight c4 is a move, but those knights are gonna fight for the same squares. Knight d7 looks a tempting move here. And knight d4, right? Hit the bishop.
I didn't see another move. And actually, the reason I wanted to play rook he8 was because I want to play rook c8 and b6. Without losing the c6 pawn, that I can play b6. Now king b2, I'll play b6 and I'm escaping maybe.
Right.
Today is a very, very interesting day. We have some lovely games today.
It is very interesting. We just have 2 games, but both of them seems to be
3 nice struggles. And Levon against Lanier is still fascinating. And now this one's become quite interesting. Knight c4. Let's see what's happening in Hikaru, because we have kind of neglected that game. But it was only a delayed treat, because of course at some point that game was going to get interesting as well.
It's very interesting. Do we have, yeah, we have here a little bit of updates, but that's the moves that we actually expected here. White captured, rook, black took the rook, and bishop came on e1. Well, I think Dominguez here will take a little bit of more time, although he has really few time on the clock. And we're going to take a very short break, Vishy. And when we come back, we are going to have either more excitement in both games or time travel already in one game. So please stay with us. We will be back in a few minutes. We're back. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022, the semi-finals, and we do have last 4 players in the battle. One of those players will get 13 Grand Prix points and also 24,000 euros. Vishy, both games are so excited. I just spotted that Nakamura played a5 and he's going to sacrifice that pawn. And in the other game, we can see both knights pinned on the d file. Which game would you like to see first?
Why don't we do Hikaru, because we've tended to ignore that one a bit. So
go in the game of Hikaru. This is our analysis, but let's get into the live game. So a5 was just played here. This pawn hits the knight. And the question is there a knight takes a5 only move? Can black play something else, like withdraw the knight back?
No, it just loses. Oh, it doesn't lose a pawn. Well, but no, I don't think he can, because I can take on c4 and play a6. I didn't want to commit knight e6 yet. So knight c8, let me play a6, Katie.
Instead of taking the bishop, right? All right, let's go here.
No, wait a minute, sorry. Instead of a6, let me play bishop takes c4.
Okay. Pawn has to take.
And knight e5.
Knight e5, hitting the pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks this knight to be very passive. And in the line of knight captures the pawn, we here suggested queen c5 move. Black has to take, and that's can be the position in few moves.
Yeah. And I would still say knight d7.
Knight d7. How about knight c4 here, just to keep this knights active? Oof,
okay, let's try that. I don't know, if I play b4, you're playing knight b3. I go rook b2, rook c2. No, but then you have knight a3, king b2, knight takes c2, bishop takes c2, and I'm still going to be up material. Of course, you could take on c5, but I don't trust this very much. Let's see, we didn't miss anything there. Knight a5, queen c5, take, knight c4. And if I go b4, you go knight b. No, b4, you can play knight a3 check and the other knight to c4. So that may not work. b4 doesn't work then. So let me play knight d4 here. Now I'm threatening b4 winning a piece. What do you do?
Yeah, knight controls this square.
You could go knight d2 check.
Yes, king c2.
King c2, knight e4. But does look suspicious.
How about king a2 instead, to keep this chance to push e4? And white should not be really afraid of this diagonal, as anytime white can take this bishop.
Yes. Yeah, probably king a2 is simpler, because now I don't see a defense against rook c2.
Yeah.
Okay. So knight d4 does look like a convincing. Maybe, in fact, even instead of knight d4, I could have gone king a2. You're right. Queen c5 takes, knight c4, and king a2. And what's your defense to b4? Maybe you'll play b6.
b6. But in this case, can white play now, or maybe later, like knight d4, like before?
Knight d4, bishop b4, knight b7, knight d4, bishop d7. Is it over? I don't know.
So complicated. This game is also getting very interesting right after Hikaru decides to push a5 and sacrifice the pawn. And the time here more or less is equal in this position. Shall we get to the other game and check out how Dominguez is doing on the clock?
Sure. Oof. I hate this. That evaluation bar is going to drive us nuts now. What's the line here? Queen d3, d2, blah, blah, blah.
Just take.
Okay, you take on e8. I guess you have to. Now, what is my problem if I go bishop f2? You're going queen f4 maybe.
Queen f4. Oh, c1 is
am I winning with knight e2? Because I
knight e2 here?
Yeah.
Check and c2 pawn, yeah.
Or instead of bishop f2, what else is there? Queen e5, yeah.
Queen e5, because you know, if you play this, I can take and promote the pawn.
But if I go rook c1 instead of rook e1, what did you have?
The threat is to take on d4 and then on c2, right?
Yes. I mean, you can do knight b4 and try to protect, but I don't know where this is ending. Maybe queen c4. It just keeps on going. It goes on and on. I don't see an end result here. Let's go back, Eddie. c2 has been played. Okay, what is the move for c2? Queen d2 didn't work, right?
Queen d2. I don't dislike this move so much. Is that a reason? Because at some point black can play queen f4?
Possibly, but anyway, you play what? King e8 now, right?
Yeah, takes.
And there is nothing for white.
On the other hand, there can be also knight b3 to hit both pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Queen
I mean,
d3.
I do have resources with queen d5 and so on, but
queen d3 has been played by Aronian.
Okay, king e8. I agree that queen d3 is by far the more natural move. Now what happens? What about knight e2? Finally the evaluation bar is staying where it is. So I think we have a good move here, knight e2.
Queen e5.
Take.
Right.
If queen takes rook c1 wins. Takes rook c1, knight e3, bishop d2 resigns.
Take. If bishop takes.
Then
c1.
rook c1, rook c1. Bishop b2, right?
Mm.
And maybe bishop g3. wins.
Oh yeah, nice move. Hit the queen and then to take here. All right, let's get in here. He's not capturing the bishop yet. What he's thinking, is there any intermediate move rather than to take on e8?
But I have to say, this position is so difficult. I mean, it was so hard to find what white was doing. And by the way, we never fully solved what happens after king takes e8 instead of this very clever bishop d7. So there's a lot to study in this game yet. Okay, he's taken on e8 and now knight e2. I think it's not knight f5, right? It is knight e2. I don't know, does knight f5 make it better? No, it plummets into equality. What could be the possible line? Why equal?
Is that because it allows knight f4? No.
Oh, maybe queen f4.
Queen f4. And what's the difference? The difference is that now this queen controls, this square.
Yeah, whereas knight e2 blocked the f4 square. Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Okay, so knight e2. And knight f4, queen e4 is obviously not helpful. Wait, knight f4. Let me play knight f4. What do you do?
Queen e4.
Queen e5.
Okay. This engine goes up and down in this game. That clearly says how sharp is it.
What do I do? Because if I take on f4, you take on e4, take on b3. If you take on f4,
take on f4. Nice. Okay.
Yeah, then you take on e4 and take on b3, and now you're winning.
Okay.
Because you're queening. So, wow, you're in fact getting, you're not even giving up the pawn because my rook has no squares. So that would be embarrassing. Maybe I take on d4 here. And then what is the line for black?
Can be the same because, for instance, takes now, and if rook go here, there's knight. Yeah, takes. If you hit the knight, there is bishop c3.
Yes. There's also knight d3 because I have knight f2 check. So.
All right, let's say here, knight d3, and there's no rook d1 as black is forking. Wow, what a position we have here. We do have some updates. Let's get in that position. So after capture on e8, white decided to go bishop d2, and now queen e5.
Oh, you went bishop d2. Okay. Queen e5. All right, let's play rook c1. What is black's plan here? I don't even know what's my plan. What am I going to do? Knight e4. And then somehow, how do I exchange this knight for that knight?
You said knight f4 here? Knight f4?
Knight f4, but already queen takes h7. I mean, what is your knockout blow? No, wait, sorry. Knight, bishop takes f4, queen takes f4, knight e2 might work.
Bishop takes and knight e2.
Knight e2.
Okay, and if you take, there is a check first, and then you can take.
But if you go queen h6 after knight e2.
Here. Mm-hmm.
Then maybe just f4 is winning. Maybe rook e1 was winning. Yes.
Rook e1, yeah, also very good looking move. Right.
Or maybe it doesn't threaten anything. Maybe f4 is better. Because I'm not threatening. If you go king f8, I'm not actually threatening knight takes.
Okay, 4.
What a game. Okay, so bishop d2, queen e5, rook c1, and you cannot go knight f4. So what can I do? Maybe f5. Do I go f4? But then you take on f4, and at least you have a pawn for your troubles.
Can black play something like bishop c7? The idea is to pin the knight on this diagonal, so there is no knight jumps, as there will be a checkmate.
Okay, let me go queen c4 for that. So now I'm actually threatening rook e1.
King can step away.
By the way, did we need to play rook c1? Could I have gone queen c4 there? Here, can I go queen c4
right away? There might be something on this diagonal.
Maybe knight takes f3 is the problem because I don't have the e1 square. Yeah.
Oh my God, Vishy, what's going on here? We're making moves and the engine goes up and down.
Yeah. Oh, was it knight takes b3 after all? Because I don't have rook e1.
Yeah, let's go
Maybe
b3.
it's just knight takes b3. Ah, that's beautiful. Okay,
Yeah.
so let's go back for a second and try rook c1. I mean, you always want to get the rook out of this diagonal.
Rook c1 is on the board.
Okay.
That has been played.
It's interesting why Levon didn't play knight e2 though.
He played quite fast this move, and earlier you mentioned that it can be a bit problematic if Levon starts to blitz out the opponent. And f5, we have this on the board.
Yeah.
How about queen c4 here again?
Yes.
With the same idea of rook e1 and this queen controls c1 square.
Queen c4. Actually, suddenly black's pieces are jammed, but they can't. None of them can move, and you feel that it's only a matter of time because rook e1 is a threat. So suddenly, it looks horrible for black.
Right. Yeah. So this is position.
Yeah. Shall we take a quick look at Hikaru versus report?
Yeah, they traded the queens, but there is no pawn on c5.
There's no pawn on c5. How did they trade the queens? Hang on. This I have to find out.
The moment we saw this game was a5, and here Rapport came up with idea queen b4. So
okay, this is the trick.
He's threatening this. Okay. So here white played queen c3. He took the pawn with the queen, and here we have the position knight g5.
Okay, that is simple enough.
All right. The question, why he didn't play rook e8 and guard this bishop here in the pawn?
Probably because knight f takes e6 and knight takes h7 maybe.
And now this
yeah, and then I take and then I push these g and h pawns maybe.
Oh, this way.
Mind you, black will bring his knights back quite quickly as well, but these two pawns will get at least the fifth together.
Yeah, and that's been a bit slow to get from one flank to the other. White might already have decent positions with the pawns. So for this reason, Hikaru Rapport decided to play rook f8 instead. Let's get in there, and now this is currently the position. Okay, the point is that if white now captures this pawn on e6, there is f2 hanging in the end.
Actually, it looks like black has done quite decently in all this. The white's advantage has possibly disappeared. On the other hand, yeah, black is threatening bishop c8 now, and these knights are completely safe now because they're going to go back to c4 and d6. Nothing can stop that. So that's embarrassing to miss queen b4. So queen b4 is actually quite a nice resource to have.
Yeah, and queen c3 seems to be here on the move as king cannot go on the side that will be under check. So this pretty much
take on c4
forced.
first if you want, but basically this take, and you can go knight e5. I mean knight e6 and knight e5, and then play b4 and collect that pawn. Maybe you get your pawn back, but it might be just equal.
You mean b4 and
I'm
then
curious
after
how
this?
Hikaru evaluates this position.
Yeah, this position. Oh, but in the end, this pawn f2 is hanging, and black seems to be very good in this position. Yeah, maybe that's why he did not capture back the pawn, and instead he went in this line. And
no, but my idea was after rook f8 to play f4.
Vishy, look at this, bishop g6 here, and bishop g6.
But wait, let me play fg. If I go head g6, you're going knight f takes e6. But I don't have to accept this thing. Okay, so now you play knight. No, you'll have to take with the other knight.
Yeah, hold this.
Then, but yeah, you're completely safe as well because you will play knight c5, knight d3, and then your f2 pawn is defended nicely.
Maybe g5 here? Or knight g5 to get
Possibly.
the knight out.
I mean, this must be better for white. So maybe I want to play head g6.
Right, in this case.
And then you're going to play knight f takes e6. If I, well, I don't have to take that, but if I do, then we're back to the same position which we tried to avoid with the other pair. And
I love this with white, h4 for instance.
But I don't have to take on e6. I should mention that.
Oh, sorry. Here. So takes, and now you mean to take on e6?
Yes, and then I move my rook simply. And
well, whatever.
Yeah, but I don't need to take that pawn, that knight on e6. Maybe I can just step aside with my rook.
Here, right?
No, the other knight, because here I will capture. You don't take. You need to take it on g6. Then maybe you go rook e8 or rook g8. And see what happens. I don't know if you go back to g5 or you go to c5, but but bishop g6 was a nice counter.
Looks really nice, but even in this position, f7 now is hanging. For instance, rook e7.
H4.
Is white on time to open this h1?
It looks nice, doesn't it?
It looks pretty position.
Yeah.
What else? Black
Okay, let's try this. I go head g6, knight g6, fe6, knight takes thing. And now let me bring one of my knights, maybe the one on a5 to c4. But you take on h8.
Yes.
I'll take on h8 and then you go h4. I go knight d2 check and knight f3, or knight d2 check and knight e4. No, but you just play f3 and you keep advancing. I think it's.
I can also play your rook here. First.
No, but if knight e4, knight e4.
Oh, knight e4, okay. F3 looks nice, right?
Yes. And I don't know if it helps me if I do it with the other knight.
Wow, what a resource here, bishop g6. Out of nowhere, this bishop captured the g6 pawn.
Yeah.
So takes and rook on e8 might be the black's next moves, but this seems so nice for white to open up the h file.
Alternately, I put the rook on g8. Rook after knight e6, I play rook g8.
And what's the idea behind this? For instance, if knight g5,
f6.
All right. Yeah.
Oh, Lenier has played knight e3. Is that what he's saying?
Let's take a look at this one. He has less than 10 minutes, and now after queen c4, he played knight e3, and the engine is not really happy with this move.
Out of the 8 knights on 2 boards, 7 are still there. So
3 here and 4 in other.
Night-filled semi-final here we have.
Nightfall.
Night-filled.
Yeah.
Okay, so now do I go queen c8 check, queen g8 check? What do I do? Or just slither back to d3? No, then he wants to go knight d1 maybe. So let's say queen g8 check. Let's go for the thing. And then what does black do? King
d7 or e7? So king e7. This additionally allows white to have somewhere check with the bishop e4.
Yes.
And there is a line of rook e1, that there's no c1 queen anymore. Strong option. Can we also take and queen g7?
I don't see how I've made progress, but maybe f4 is very strong or something. No, with white.
After rook q.
No, just f4.
With white. Oh my god. F4. Okay.
If queen f4, how I still don't see my win, but it's what is the win? Knight f1? No.
So crazy.
Yeah. What is the win?
How about to start with a check? Bishop b4.
Then you go to d7, and what did you accomplish?
Another check.
What about rook e1? Let's try rook e1 instead of bishop b4 check. Knight e6 probably.
What a game! In the game, Aronian decided to give from c8, and doing a split king.
I kind of approve, because queen g8, even king d7, I wasn't sure what I was doing, but the computer liked queen g8, and that means there is some very obvious win, but I don't see it still. Queen c8, the evaluation is dropped, right, relative to queen g8.
Yeah, yeah.
So queen g8 is a stronger move, and I don't understand why. Let's have another look. Queen g8, king d7. And what is What is my knockout blow here?
Is there F4 and knight F1 to pin the knight?
F4, queen F4, knight F1. Doesn't feel right, but
No, we don't really place the engine here for some reason.
so queen F7, you go king D8 maybe. And then how do I finish this off?
What a struggle here.
This is insane. I don't see the win. What is the win? Rook E1? But then queen F2, right? No, queen F2, rook E3 wins. Okay. So the E8. So now what is my move?
Maybe knight goes somewhere to guard
where?
E3. Yeah, it's a good question. Oh, knight F3. Takes. That's gonna be a problem.
But then I play bishop takes E3. You have play queen takes E3.
That's funny line. Although it
then
gives...
I go queen D5 check, queen C4 check, and
just take it.
And then I'm collecting the pawn on C2.
Yeah.
So this is winning. Okay. So bishop E3 does seem to win. And if bishop E3, I go queen D5 check.
Try to check here,
but now I don't know what happens after king C7.
King C7? Okay. Yeah, there's no checks from here.
What a hard position this is.
Very hard position. Would you like to see the current position, and maybe we can come back in this queen G8 and figure out how to win. So queen C7 was been played, king goes on F7, and now queen D7 check.
And what is the problem for? If king G6, then F4 is going to win. That's clear. Because queen E8 check.
Yeah, that's nice check.
So
if king G8 F8, can be same.
No, king F8, king G8, okay. Okay, what about F4?
Queen. Now maybe bishop B4 makes sense.
Yes, it's mated. So it's queen D5, no, queen D5 as well, bishop B4. So what is the move for F4? Queen b5, no, but then I just win. I take on e3, take on c2.
Queen
What is
e6
the-
is the same. Queen e6, take here, and then take here.
I don't know,
Oh,
looks good
king
to
is on
me.
g6.
He went
Vishy.
e6. Sorry?
Yeah, this is the position now we have.
He's gone to g6.
Yeah.
And if f4, what's happening? 1 second. Let's try to figure this one out. Where does black go? F4? Queen f4, queen e8, I think. Yeah, this we can stop. But I don't see a square. He can go queen e6 and be a pawn down, but that should be lost, right?
Should be lost here. Black can capture this pawn, and or maybe that's his idea. So after taking on f4, this pawn will not be hanging. So let's take it with bishop. Knight.
Well, bishop, I will play rook a2 and maybe harass your thing. So knight f thing, and then check was nice.
Check.
I bring you up to g5.
G5.
And then I go knight d2. Then I go knight d2.
Knight f1.
Yeah, sorry, knight f1, excuse me. And then once I kick your thing, I go knight d2, and I think this might be.
Yeah, king might be misplaced here. H3, knight f3 is a checkmate. We very likely gonna see this endgame as they traded the queens, and this is currently the position. And is that any other alternative rather than to take here?
I mean, f4 is clearly what you do, and they have gone for this. I can play knight e2 here.
To delay the capture and
Yes,
guard
delayed
f1.
by one move, and then you can go knight g4, but then I have g3, and I don't see anything.
Yeah, and for instance, if rook takes here, is that knight f2 and some
No, I just thought why give a discovered check, but you're right. But I can go knight g4 and take on h2, or maybe. It should be winning, but why give a pawn if you don't have to? So takes. What about knight e2? So what happens after knight e2?
Well, the knight can't really come back here on d4, as this now will be the end game where black can take f4. And can black go for a7 pawn? Not really. Knight e2 is on the board.
Yes.
All right. Before this game gets into the real-time trouble for Dominguez, even though he has 5 minutes, let's take a very, very short break, and we can come back in few minutes or even earlier. So let's take a short break right now. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE Grand Prix 2022, like one semifinals. And today we are lucky to be joined by a 5-time world champion, Vishy Anand. And look at this, Vishy. We got you such an interesting 2 games. Last 2 games, but very interesting 2 games. Which one would you like to see first?
Fantastic, but it seems that Aronian Dominguez is over. So maybe we should focus on when the point of no return was passed. Because it seemed chaotic there, even though we sensed that white was winning, we couldn't nail it. And suddenly it was over. So what happened? Let's go back a few more moves.
That's the moment I'm sure you want to say. 93 here. Black made this huge mistake and white had 2 possible checks. Would you like once again to go in this Queen G8 line?
Okay. King E7, okay, D7. Then apparently we tried F4.
Queen takes F4.
Queen F4, Queen G7 check.
Okay, go on.
If I go King C6, what exactly happens? Do I play Knight F1 or something? Maybe I play Knight F1.
Knight F1.
Because when you move your knight, then I can take on C2 with check, I thought. Nope, that's not it either.
How about to give a check here on F6?
Okay, so I can't go to the B7 because of Queen E7 winning. So what if I go to B5? Is that too insane?
Is there a rook?
But maybe now Queen E7 is very strong.
Queen E7. To pin. How about rook F1 in that?
Yeah, maybe rook F1. Okay.
Unbelievable.
It's a fascinating position. We're getting every single move wrong.
Yeah.
Maybe here I just play Knight D5 and you have no checks. You run out of checks somehow. Knight D5 here. You put yourself in a situation where there are no checks. Nope, it doesn't seem to care.
Yeah. Vishy, something really crazy is going on in the other game. Maybe we can come back in here if right after the players get some increment on the clock. Although Dominguez here is struggling on the seconds, but in the other game here. The moment we left was Bishop G6 after deep thought here. Robert returned went with Knight B3, hitting the rook on C1, and Nakamura decided to take the bishop on E6 and then to take the pawn on H7, hitting this rook, and this is currently the position.
Okay, so what are the options? I could go rook takes F2, or I could win the exchange with rook FG8. But then Hikaru could go bishop D3, let's say, or bishop C2. Knight takes C1, king takes C1, and then claim that G5 and H4 will be coming. That seems like a reasonable statement at this point. Okay, let's park this and see if rook F2 makes it easier for black. So rook takes F2. What would you do here? You can't go rook F1. And you don't allow knights because a knight D2 check.
But
you don't want
rook C2?
Rook C2. Then can I go knight D2 check, or can I go rook F3? How much counterplay do I have here? But what about knight D2 check? Hang on a second. Just give me knight D2 check instead of this. Yeah. If king C1, Then I bring the other knight over, knight 6. No, I bring knight 6 to c4. Let's get everyone here.
Yeah, that's,
and I think
looks like a party here with all the pieces.
Yes.
This is also hanging. How about to get this king on a2 and try to attack the knight on d2? Because if you take the knight on c4 now, is there a move like rook on d1 with a b3 threat? Take on
You can go rook f3 here.
f3.
If you take everything on d2, I take on h3 and then take on e3, which, you know, then it's harder for you to push your pawn maybe.
You might also take in here.
Yes. Now here I'll take on h7. I mean, you'll get your rook g2, but still, this should be nice for black.
Right. Oh, in a game, Rapport decided not to
cash in his exchange.
And he went instead on rook g8, and very likely he's going to capture this rook
No,
here,
but now it's a piece stack. Let's see, knight takes c1 and knight d7. Now I've trapped your knight. I'm going to play rook g7 next. You can play g5.
G5, yeah.
And rook g7, you go g6. I could take on h7 and take on g5, but I suspect you'll be better there. What else can I do here?
Yeah, it looks very nice pass pawn.
Yeah.
Goes all the way. So here in this position.
Okay, Katie, I just want to show you one thing in Aronian Dominguez and we'll come back. Just 1 minute.
Okay.
Can you flip them? Okay, what do you think of king f3?
It's some sort of trap. I can guess there is a checkmate. Is that 92?
91 is a checkmate. No, but he's not going to go king f3. He's probably going to go king f1 and bishop e1, and then he's out of range. But anyway, I thought we had to share that a little bit. So
That's
I
good,
could play knight
good
c1. Isn't knight c1 just cashing in? Yeah, knight c1 is over, right? Yeah.
Oh, knight is kind of forced to take because this knight is trapped. Can it go
Well,
anywhere?
I can go knight d to f2 and keep hanging in there, but you feel that in the end it's not going to be enough.
Can be something like bishop e3 with the rook c6 taken to play with extra
Possibly, but
knights.
here you will get knight g4. But in the end, like I said, it shouldn't be enough. Maybe even h3 to trap your knight on f2 and then play bishop e1.
Yeah, yeah.
But there's knight d1 and so on. So
Here.
okay, he has gone knight c1, right?
Mm-hmm. You have knight
yeah,
c1 on the board. Yeah, that was so funny. King f3. And also quite natural. Let's say if Aronian don't have 1 hour on the clock, we might predict move like that, but he has enough time here to think.
Yeah, but bishop, well, king f3, it's just a beautiful mate, that's all. Okay, let's go back to Hikaru against Rapport.
Right. Here, before we go very deep in the lines, I really wonder why here White captured the bishop first on e6 and why not to take this pawn right away, because he took this bishop. It seems so bad bishop here on
yes,
e6.
Why not knight at 7, in fact?
Yeah.
Maybe the...
Like, to go in here.
Then I come bishop c2 or bishop d3, knight takes, king takes. And then I'm playing knight f6 and h4 g5, I thought.
Yeah, it's not a good looking bishop here.
How much time did Hikaru take for this move?
Can I see that? Let me try to see that. So here. If our producer can see how much time he took, Hikaru took here to take on e6, that would be just great. I'm sure there is some way to figure
we
it
just have
out.
to see it on the.
Yeah, I just don't want to mess up the things because I'm well known to mess up the live.
I don't open too many windows on the
safe.
side. But maybe.
30 minutes for one move? Wow. 13 minutes. Yeah, that's quite a lot of thinking, and he obviously has a good reason for that move, Vishy. All right. Anyways, we have this, and now capturing on h7. And let me update the position. Bishop d3, and here Black is taking his time.
Yeah, somehow we feel that we have been able to do neither game full justice today, because they were both fascinating.
They both
and,
are amazing.
Our report is still going to be fascinating, so we should speak in the past tense, but anyway. So he's come back bishop d3. Now what are the...
Right, we have one game ended, and here Dominguez decided to resign here in this position.
Yeah, that's fairly straightforward, I think. And then,
yeah, seems like after.
But it was such a hard game. I mean, we were trying to find a winning move, and it was not at all easy. But somehow you feel that Linear let it slip. So maybe your observation was right, that in fact Linear needed this time in the end.
To figure it out. We although liked all these ideas that Black had. Vishy, why here Linear decided to resign? Because let's explain this position a little bit more for our viewers, because usually we don't resign in this kind of position. Is that because bishop comes on b2 and then rook can get on the back rank and start to attack the g7?
For instance, or king f3 and bishop e3 would eliminate the bishop, and then the a7 pawn would collapse. Is I think the easiest, but bishop b2 must be winning as well. All the rook has to do is to go to c8, b8, b7, let's say, and then g7 will start to crumble. So bishop b2 followed by a rook lift should be winning as well.
That's 2x.
So I think this is not a resignation that was premature at all.
All right, so we have one game right now to focus, and we do have the trade of the knight and the rook here in this game.
Okay,
can Black chase the knight, for instance, rook g7? You don't want to give up this knight, as Black has an extra piece.
Knight f6.
And now to chase this knight, rook h6, for instance.
Yeah, knight h5.
About this and this. Now after, oh, the rook is hanging. Oh, great. Rook backwards.
Okay.
Is not this pawn stopped for a while as the knight is hanging?
Okay, let me play bishop e2.
Bishop e2. This is one way.
Well, if you go knight d7, I'll go f4, and then I'm threatening g5 right away. But then I take and g5 and h4, and I'm winning.
Oh, that's so nice pawn structure.
Yeah. So we have to be a little bit
How about knight c4? I'm stopping f4 for a moment as a 3p pawn will be
Okay,
hanging.
let me go h4 here after knight c4. Maybe rook g h8. Just saying, don't move the pawn.
Don't move because I can take it. And you can't also move the knight as h4 is hanging.
Even that wasn't clear because I can take on h5, rook takes h5, g6, and God knows what's happening there.
Okay, yes. If you have to stop this pawn, knight cannot really stop the
I think
pawn.
rook h8 is the only move which doesn't lose.
h5
then h5,
maybe?
knight d6, and then if g7, you go rook g8, h6, knight f7. That works.
Yeah.
And
For sure, capture this pawn and then this one. Yeah, we have rook g7 on the board. Here, so the rook is chasing the knight, and here knight h5 seems to be the only move, right? Knight can't go anywhere else. This here looks that white will give up the pawn. So knight goes on h5. Rook g8 looks also tempting because if you get rook g5, then bishop e2 or f4 comes right away with the tempo. So this one and bishop e2. That's the suggestion.
yeah.
We have knight already on f6.
Mm-hmm.
And here knight c4, that was the suggestion. What happens if white decides to give up the bishop for the knight? Is there a way white can improve this position?
I don't see it because I'm also stuck in a way, right? I can play f3 though. I can play f3. Then I'm threatening knight f4 and h4.
What Hikaru played now on g5.
G5. But we were not analyzing rook f7 at all.
Yeah, rook f7. That was Black's choice. Yeah, knight f6, and instead of rook h6, we have rook f7 and g5.
Okay, and g5. What does he want? Does he want to go rook takes f6, rook f8, collect that pawn, and then?
Yeah, we have this on the board.
I'll get my h pawn to h5, no?
Yeah, this is what we have on the board.
And if rook f8, h4, rook f6, h5, rook h6, what is the evaluation there? But it should be better for white, no?
This bishop can come on g6 or can come on e2. I feel like if bishop comes on e2, then it opens the rook g file.
Yes.
Instead of cut it with bishop
but
g6.
Clearly Rapport wants to blockade in some way. Here I might go knight c4 and e5 or knight d7. I can't play e5 because of b3, so you could go rook g1.
Rook f8 is now on the board.
Okay, that's fairly obvious, I would say.
Is Black going to play something like knight d7 to bring the knight and to pick up this pawn with the knight.
Could be something, but h5, h6.
Yeah, h6.
We're getting to
Oh, that's
h7.
so scary. That's
And
so
h7, and then rook h6. So it's just not going to happen.
This gives white an advantage, right? This pass pawn and the bishop. And
I
the
would
rook
evaluate it
seems
as
to
better
be
for white,
strong.
but hang on a second. Put the bishop on d3 for a second, Kitty. Let me go king d1.
Is that the way you want to bring the king?
Yes. I want to, let's try it and see if we get anywhere.
Knight d7, I suppose.
Me too. Bishop g6. And I'm going to g5.
Yeah, and black is not on time to avoid that. For instance, to
King
push
f4.
e5 as king comes on f4 and g5 right away.
Yeah.
This should be very bad, right? Knight goes here and this endgame.
First of all, and second, you've already put your piece in such horrible squares that I don't even need to react. I can now play king g4, f3, e4, because your knight and rook in such a horrible dance over there. So, but yes, I think takes and the h6 should be very strong as well.
It's a very good idea to bring the king. So we still have this position, bad h4. Oh, is
but
there
h4, what do you want to do after h4?
h4 takes.
H5.
He's not considering to capture on f2, right?
But then h6 and h7 and it's just, wait, h6, rook f8, h7, rook h8 is forced, rook g1, it's just game over, so you can't do that.
Oh, yeah.
So rook f8, now h4. Rook f6, h5, rook h6, and now this plan of king d1. Okay, let's try this. Knight d7, king e2, e5. Does that help? No, but I'll play d5, knight e5, bishop f5, and then f4. Now I have an f pawn as well.
Instead of bishop
And
f5, right?
I don't even know that bishop f5 didn't work. So this looks suspicious on so many levels. But even instead of this d5, the last move, bishop f5 looks winning.
Oh yes, to hit the knight and then just to take the pawn on e5. Let's say knight f6, and just to take. Oh, look at this, Vishy. Look what we might fall for. Knight g3 check and to pick up this rook.
Sure, but I think rook h4 or king f3 might be. But wait, what about rook takes h5, Kitty? Then you take bishop g4, knight g7, f4. I considered ef6, but actually the rook gets back to king, and then f4, f5, and this must be winning.
F5 and yeah, the pawns are unstoppable here.
Yes. So what is our current? That h4 is white is winning.
Hikaru is taking his time. They both have 12 minutes, 13 minutes and 12 minutes on the board, and he's not really rushing to push the pawn. Is there any other way he can play this endgame?
I don't know, sort of once you see a plan like this, your head doesn't come up with
anything. Consider
we've been in the same way. We really like a plan, and then you say, okay, let me look for a second plan, and then you see the first plan again, and that's it. I mean, I can't get anything beyond H4, H5 out of my head. So.
Yes. Oh, why don't we take a short break before Hikaru is taking his time on the clock, and we can come back right at the time when both players gonna have a little bit short time on the clock. So please don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. We are back at FIDE Grand Prix 2022 leg 1, and this is semi-finals. Out of 2 games, we do have only 1 in progress, and this is the end game between Hikaru Nakamura and Richard Rapport. And Vishy, look at this king race. That's exactly what you suggested. Nakamura made the king walk on the side. Let's take a look once again how this happened. Right after rook f8, we had h4, h5, and king d2. As you suggested, white wants to bring this king on the king side, and black also decided to do the same, king g4, king f6, and we have rook h3 by white.
Okay, so now let me see if I can establish some kind of fortress. Knight c8. You go rook f3 check.
King g7.
Yeah, and then I go king g5. And you go knight d6. And if I go bishop g6, you claim that I have no threats. Then I can just play a5 or something. I don't think that's completely true, by the way, but because you can bring your rook back, you can now go rook h3, h1, and see if you can probe on this side. But let's see if we can clean this up a bit. So rook h3, knight c8, rook f3 check a bit earlier.
Sorry, in the current position, right? Here.
Yeah, in the current position. You can just go back to the current position. So let's see now. Instead of rook f3 check, what about bishop g6?
Yeah, if knight goes on e7, then there is
then rook f3. Yeah,
check.
if you want to show this, yes, king g7, rook f7 wins.
And let's show this. So knight has to go on d6.
Because we're covering this very crucial f7 square. And now if rook f3 check, then king g7. And how do we make progress here?
How about instead of rook f3 here, white, and then e4 to...
Well, f3, then I'll go knight f5.
E4.
Or I might pick up a pawn with knight c4 and just say, what the hell. You'll go e4 though, knight b2, and then e5 check and king g5 maybe. Knight c4, f4.
What a crazy position.
Still looks good for white, but let's see if we need to do all this. Let's just go back a second. I want to try one more plan. So go back to the start position. Yeah, knight c8, bishop g6, knight d6, rook f3 check, king g7, king g5, play.
a5, right?
a5, rook f4. Because I can't go to f6 because of knight e4 check.
Oh, yeah, that's so bad.
So I have to go rook f4, or I will play rook f4. And then you go b5, f3, I don't know, a4.
Now white can play this one.
And now white can play rook f6, yes.
Yeah,
and then
this is controlled.
Because now e4 is controlled. All right, while we are waiting for the last moves here, shall we quickly see what happened in the other game.
Okay, let's get this game in the on the board. And now it's time to do our recap of the game Levon Aronian and Lenier Dominguez. And a little bit of warning here, if you don't know how to play this opening with black, please don't try to do at home because it is all computer lines and a very sharp position. Started with 1, d4, d5, and after c4, black accepted this sacrifice, allowed white to have a very strong center, but black is not going to give up the pawn, which was just captured, a4, c6. And here we have, after knight c3, attacking b5, queen b6 move, which allows white to play knight d5. We should tell us about this opening. How come that it works? That white can bring all these pieces by the tempo and black is still okay.
Well, as I mentioned earlier in our commentary, Steinitz would have fainted at seeing this. Quite a lot of players of 100, 150 years back would have fainted. In fact, I think a lot of players, even 30 or 40 years back, would have fainted to see all this. But this is new computer stuff. It shows that you can really test your limits in these positions. Mm-hmm. So black actually has to respond e5. Everything is about time. Bishop e5, knight d7. Now we're attacking the bishop. So even if your bishop slips back, then knight gf6, threatening an exchange, obviously. So white has to play knight c7 check, king d8. If f3, then by the way, you play g5.
It's a good looking move. If white takes this pawn, black can take the c7
knight and so on. So you play, instead of f3, you play knight a8, queen takes e4 check, knight e2, queen a8, f3. And this makes my heart sink because this pawn is coming forward and it's not defending the pawn on e4. But it is necessary for white to proceed with this play. Black went knight d5. We thought bishop g5 was a good decision because it passes the move to black and says, you have to commit something. Go ahead and commit in case you have not prepared this at home. Black has knight 7 to f6. Black could have played bishop e7. Black could have moved the king. But to be honest, I thought f6 was reasonable enough. The only other move which seemed reasonable to me was knight 7 to f6.
Yeah, f6, after f6.
He came back.
Bishop came back on d2, and here black played bishop d6, developing move, knight g3, and queen b8. We like this idea to hit on this diagonal. Also, there was a move like rook e8, and it's a funny line after rook e8. There is a check. White can play king f2 or bishop e2. In case if white goes with king e2, we had here a very fancy move suggested by Vishy to play knight c5 and to give this kind of checkmate here, or white has to give up the bishop, and that's losing position. Although that here after rook e8 check, white could play bishop e2, and this was here the line. Instead, black went for queen b8. Levon played really fast here, king f2 and bishop e2. And after bishop c7, here white came up with a brilliant idea to run away with the king. Right now, king g1 and king h1 is idea of white. Black here played knight e5. Why he didn't take this pawn on d4 with a check?
Well, king h1. And then what are you supposed to do? Are you going to go bishop f2 or what exactly? Maybe bishop f2.
This allows a check on a5, and those.
I go bishop a5 check, knight d5 to f6. But white has such compensation here. Even knight e4 might be good compensation for white. So it's quite a strange decision for me, this bishop c7, b6 plan. Initially, it looked sophisticated because of the d4 pawn, but in fact, white simply tosses this pawn with rook e1, king g1, and runs away. And finally, you come to this sad thing that this pawn that you made this elaborate plan to capture, you don't really want to capture it at all. So even knight e5, whereupon Levon proceeded with king h1, knight c6, b3. And to be honest, here I thought it was game over because I thought the white's advantage was huge. It turns out white's advantage is huge, but not in any self-evident way. White's advantage depends on lots of carefully executed tactics. This is what we found, because we found that when we tried to find this elusive win, well, you go wrong much more easily than you get it right. But anyway, we went bishop takes b5.
Bishop d7 was here.
Yeah, rook e1, bishop d7. We were wondering about rook e1, bishop e1, knight d4. And I think this is better for white, but not in any obvious way. At the very least, when we tried to find the first win, the computer evaluation kept on dropping. So there possibly is just a very good move here, but when we were going over it, it wasn't trivial. So very good practical chances. Anyway, Dominguez went bishop d7. So now Levon went bishop e1.
And now he captured the pawn on d4, and after bishop takes the bishop, c2, intermediate move. After queen d3, now black captured.
I thought, what was it? Was I happy with knight e2? I thought knight e2 was strong, right? After king e8.
King e8 here in this position, yes.
Knight e2 I thought was strong. Surprisingly, I mean, I thought this was just white's idea, because if you play knight f, no, not knight f4, if you go queen e5, then we take on d4. You have to take with the bishop, because if you take with the queen,
takes and
rook c1, and it's game over.
Yeah, bishop d2. And if bishop takes, then rook c1 here.
Bishop b2. And this crucial move, bishop g3. And I thought this was winning.
Yeah, beautiful one. Move hitting the queen. And then next move, white will give a check on e5 and then take on c2. Very, very sharp position. And here in this position, why we liked knight e4 more than knight f5, which has the same idea, because this knight f5 allows black to play queen f4, which helps black to promote the pawn on c1. So complicated position. Instead of knight move here, Levon went for bishop d2. Very likely he wanted to avoid queen f4. And now we have queen e5. Rook c1,
and then f5. And now Levon made a quiet move. But here, white's advantage keeps increasing, but not in an obvious way. I mean, after queen g8 check, king e7, I initially thought I had misplayed it, because I couldn't see. I thought f4 must be winning, which was my original idea, f4, queen f4, and then something strong, but I couldn't see there's something strong.
There was the moment when I think the engines were suggesting here to take also h7 pawn and then to play queen g7.
And this is a zugzwang, because you cannot move the knight on e3. You cannot move the knight on d4. Because if you take on, for instance, if you play knight takes b3, I have queen g8 check, winning the piece. And the knight doesn't have any other good squares to go. The black queen cannot move, because if it goes to f2, queen g5 wins the knight. And it doesn't have any other squares to go to. And somehow black is tied up, but to find a line like this is basically impossible. So we saw that the position was winning, but we did not find this point of queen g7 at the end. Unbelievable stuff. And I think it's quite revealing, because both of us tried to find it for the better part of 3 or 4 minutes, and just a check and where's the win. And it gives you a sense that even if the computer says something is winning, it's very far from being so.
Yes.
So
yeah, the game continued here. Queen c8, king f7, queen d7. And now after this check, here Dominguez made king g6 move, which we consider to be a mistake because right after f4, here black cannot capture this f4 pawn as there is a check on e8 and white can pick up the knight on e3, and this is losing position for black.
but why did he not go king g8 is the question we were asking ourselves.
In case of king g8.
No, king g8 and f4 wins because of queen e8 mate.
Yeah, that's a checkmate, even better. Very likely there was move king f8, which was still holding the position. Anyways, black played here king g6. We had f4. We know that this pawn is now untouchable. And here Dominguez, with time trouble on the clock, he decided to trade the queens, and also there was not any better alternative. So we do had this endgame where white made very clean move here, knight e2, did not really give up the f pawn and still keep this threat on the board. Bishop takes knight, and then to take c2 pawn.
And even though Lenier found some amazing knight jumps, it's only a matter of time before the white rook escapes this trap that it's in and gets out.
Yes, after knight c1 here, black decided to resign, as in this position there are several ways how white can win, starting with bishop e2 to hit this pawn and then get the rook on the 7th rank, or to get the king on f3 and then to try to trade the dark square bishop. But Vishy, one more time, we hear you suggested very nice idea how to be checkmated here.
Yeah, there's a nice blunder in the position, which is king f3, knight takes d2 check, rook d2, and knight e1 is made.
Yes.
So.
Yes, this did not really happen. Instead, as we mentioned, after 94, we had knight c1, knight captures, and after bishop captures here, we had a resignation. So that was your rapid recap of the semifinals at FIDE Grand Prix 2022, leg 1. All right, what a crazy game we had over here, which gives Levon Aronian 1 point advantage. They're gonna play another game tomorrow. They will switch the colors, but clearly this is the advantage. And now we're back to this game, Hikaru Nakamura and Richard Roberts. And here we have rook already on f6. Is that a live? Let me very quickly refresh this position as well.
No, I think they've just played king g5 now.
Yeah, this is what we have here.
Okay, so white's plan we thought was rook f4, f3, and okay, he's played a5, very good. Now
Okay,
let's go rook f4.
To play f3, and in fact to play then rook f6. So f3 is very important here. We can show once again, for instance, after b5, rook f6 will be a blunder because of knight d4, and then black can take the rook. So white's idea is to push f3 now, and then
it has the idea that I play e4, but also I can go directly rook f6
to take this one.
And we do not see a defense for black here. So
yes, I don't really see. If knight d4, black can white can simply capture this knight and then the pawn. Right?
And rook e4 and then rook e5 and
and to start the pawn push. And this is the move 40. They have passed the time trouble, so they have additionally 30 minutes on the clock.
He has gone rook f4. Oh, sorry. And then after a5, rook f4.
We are now waiting for the move, and this is already, Rapport has made his 40 move, so he just got 30 minutes on the clock. Why don't we go back at this position and check out once again the key points here? So after knight c4, we can start from a4 here, when white decided to start the queenside attack and then to sacrifice a pawn. We thought that queen b4 was a very good move to take this pawn by the queen, and here we had knight g5 attacking the bishop and bishop g6. Brilliant move here. Do you think black could make different choice here, for instance picking up this bishop rather than to go for knight b3?
It's actually quite impressive that white's concept works so well. Bishop takes g6 is a fantastic move. I think it might be possible that black can contain those two pawns. So let's say head g6, knight knight g6, fe6, knight g6, knight c4, one of them. Maybe a knight c4, knight h8, rook h8, h4, knight d7 maybe. And somehow if I can bring the knights back enough, is it holding? I don't know. It was hard to evaluate.
Right. Instead we had, after bishop g6, knight b3, and black decided to go for exchange. We had knight e6 and knight h7, bishop d3, and in this position rook g7, knight comes back, and black decided to play rook from g7 to f7 to attack the knight and allowed white to push the pawn.
But then I actually, Katie, I think this is rook g7 is a terrible move, because if we go back a second, I could play something like knight c8. And if knight f6, then I can't play rook f8 because of knight d7. So my knight might be the stumbling block, right? So that's why I'm wondering why he wasted so much time bringing the rook. But he could have started with king c7 maybe. And if knight f6, then rook f8, g5, at least my king is already on c7, which might mean something.
Yeah, there was also the line where black could play right after rook g7 to chase the knight, and then to kick this knight in the edge of the board and to try to hold this position, as now white's pawn's pusher is a bit slow as the knight is on h5, and maybe there was the time for black to bring the knight in the game. But instead of this, black very quickly played rook on f7 and rook f6 to get into this end game where white has a passed pawn.
White simply brings his king over to the king side.
And here we have brilliant idea with rook lift on f-file, and now to play rook f4, f3, rook f6 or e4.
And we don't see a defense for black here. Okay, let's try a4.
A4?
So f3, rook h8, rook f6. I'm just not in time here. It's just gone.
Yeah, currently we have this position, so they are very likely they are not even at the board as they just got the increment on the clock. I really thought that today would be like a peaceful, as this is the first day of semifinals, but we might also have a second decisive result. How about to take a short break and come back in just a few minutes with some of the updates, so please don't go anywhere.
Hikaru Nakamura is playing for the win, even though his opponent has a pawn one step away from becoming a new queen. It's sensational the amount of risks Hikaru is taking here.
It seems like Black is making some progress finally, and
well, he just made the decision to trade off everything. He did get a draw, but that could very easily have been a win.
it looks like it should be winning for BB Sara. I mean, Black only has that one queen in the attack, and White has an extra piece and lots of pawns. I think we're going to see a little bit of an upset in this game.
And Muzichuk ends up losing on time, and Asobayeva confirms her excellent form by winning that matchup.
This is incredible. Bartosz Sachko is up a piece against Magnus Carlsen.
Sachko, playing in his native Poland, has a winning position, and Magnus resigns. Sachko is on a perfect score, having defeated the reigning world champion.
The lead just keeps changing. Asobayeva has already been in the lead, and now she's going to get it back. I mean, because this game is about to be over.
And Shuvalova has to resign. In the end, she was 5 pawns down. There's no hope saving that.
We got Sindarov and Fedoseev is actually the battle of the leaders on 7 points out of 8.
There's a pawn endgame now, only pawns remaining, and Sindarov is going for the win! Sindarov is going for the win! Fedoseev rushes his king back into defense, and the guys agree to a draw. Oh my gosh, and both of these players remain in the lead. Aronian with an extra pawn in the rook endgame, and Fedoseev, he's unable to do anything about the white pawns in conjunction with the white king just making their way up the board. It's over! Levon Aronian taking the lead in the tournament. Aronian rushing his king over to the left-hand side, trying to get rid of Black's rook. The king is now coming to the aid of the pawn that's only 2 squares away from becoming a new queen. And Aronian is making very good progress here. And Anish Giri resigns the game.
Levon Aronian, 13 points, fantastic result. He's playing so confidently.
Hikaru Nakamura is not on the list. He tested positive for COVID and had to withdraw from the tournament. BB Sara has a 1.5 point lead. She's gonna win it if she wins this one. Look at this. BB Sara with her queen can go for the queen trade. If the queens are traded, she's gonna win this game, and she does go for it. The queens are traded off the board. The bishop coming in against the white king to give a check, and Goryachkina resigns. Asobayeva is the world champion.
A lot of credit to our women's world blitz champion, the young player from Kazakhstan, making her name known to the whole world.
Maxim making his calculations. Can he stop that black pawn in time? And he thinks he can do that after lots of captures. It's Aronian who's down by a pawn, but Aronian's king is unable to assist against the white king making its way forward, and Aronian now will resign the game. And what a stunning turnaround there. He made a couple of mistakes, and the Frenchman capitalizes on that. Dubov trying to get his pieces pointing in towards Black's king, but Alireza has a pawn 1 step away from becoming a new queen.
And he has made a queen, and he knows that he can always sack that queen for the bishop, and that is the end of the game. And we're almost certainly guaranteed a tie for first place after the final game.
He's using his queen to help out. That pawn is moving forward, and Aronian now, he's gonna have to resign. The pawn is becoming a new queen. Aronian does keep on playing, but there's no hope. He resigns the game. Was that the championship for Alireza Firouzja? Actually, it's definitely not the championship, because Jan Krzysztof Duda has managed to win his game, so there will be a tie. The question is whether or not Maxim Vachier-Lagrave will be able to join them, and Vachier-Lagrave has beaten Magnus Carlsen. Jan Krzysztof Duda and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave will be playing for the gold medal. It's less than 30 seconds on the clock for Duda, who needs to figure out this endgame. And he chooses to push his pawn forward.
Exactly. He chose to protect it with this rook b4, not going in for that trade where he might lose a pawn.
Yeah, the pawns are just getting exchanged off, and the guys agree to a draw. The handshake there, a solid game from Duda. Duda is actually giving away his bishop. A strange decision from the Polish player there. He chooses to move the one knight, losing the other.
I'm not thrilled about where white took this position, because certainly he's not better at all in this endgame. Duda is going to have to play for a draw. Yeah, certainly I don't see any danger at all for black. They just agreed to a draw.
Now, to find the victor of this tournament, we're going to play one game at a time. And if someone wins, that is the world champion. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave now in the end game. Duda trying to use his king to stop white's king from getting into the game. But here, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave is able to capture another pawn on the side of the board. 2 extra pawns for him now. Duda resigns. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, the world champion in 2021. And here we see Maxim Vachier-Lagrave being congratulated. He is the world Blitz champion.
Welcome back at FIDE Grand Prix 2022 Lac1 at the semi-finals. We do have this last game for today, but they have not made any move since we took the break. We do have still rook on f4, played by white, and Richard Robert is in deep his thoughts. He has to think through of this evil idea of white f3 and rook f6. Is there any way black can avoid rook coming on this 6th rank?
I can't see it. I suspect he'll have to bite the bullet and play ID4 check or something.
Right.
How
about to get this rook active?
Okay, then now I can play f3 because rook f6, you see the problem, right? Instead of f3.
I don't see the problem. Take here. That's so nice. Rook takes here. King cannot take, and if bishop takes, then knight comes on e4 and
so you still have to play f3, even though the rook is not pinning it there. But let's say after rook f, here you go f3. Now, well, rook f6 is coming, and I don't see a defense.
Right, there it is, this funny looking move, rook f8, but loses to h6, h7, and then to h8 queen. So why not we just activate the rook somehow? It's hard to activate this rook behind its pawns. Yeah. We cannot do that.
This one's over. This one's over. I think it's just a question of a few more minutes and then.
Right. Let's make something like rook c8, hoping to open up with c5.
So then rook f6.
Rook f6. c5 takes.
Head 6 check, rook e6. I mean, head 6 check first. Rook, yeah, e6.
Yeah. Not easy position to handle. How about knight c4?
H7 check.
King goes in here.
Okay. King H6. No, because I thought if knight b2, I have bishop f7 and rook g6, but you have rook c6 there. So that doesn't work. Hang on. Then let's come back a second. Yeah. So what if I just go up the board, f4?
That looks straightforward threat just to get this pawn up to f7 and then rook e8.
I mean, there must be a dozen wins already. D takes c5 is probably winning and so on, but just to rub it in.
Yeah, Richard. Oh, Richard made a move. Let's take a look. He jumped knight on e4 with a check. Yeah, and Hikaru took the knight on e4 without too much of thinking. And after takes, White has very good position. Rook comes on e5, and then the pawns can also start to roll.
Mm-hmm.
And this rook can never get active. If you bring this rook in here, then f4 anyway. Check.
Well, this is kind of what I wanted to avoid because I thought it's getting a bit messy.
Although like after king g4, there is rook e5 coming.
Wait, king f6.
All right. After rook e5, you might want to take
it. But maybe you're just too fast. D e5 and it resigns. And f5. I'm too fast. Before you play b5, a4, I'm just going to queen both my pawns.
Yeah. We have this on the board. Rook f6 has been played.
What about rook f4 now? Does that work?
Oh, that's beautiful. After rook h6, is White going to play rook f7?
No, then I thought e4, e5.
E4, e5.
Rook f7, I don't know. Because b5, a4 can be very fast.
Oh yeah, we see it. The bar goes all the way down.
But after rook f4, what was happening? Rook takes f4, king takes f4, king h6. Let's try to figure out. And is this clear at all?
King e5.
b5.
King
e6, a4. What is he going to do? f4. No, that's too slow. What is he
wow,
doing?
look at this. The engine says d5 here. And if you take with c, just take this and you are picking this pawn on the way.
Okay, and if ed5?
ed5, f4 now.
a4, f5, b4, f6. But I did not see all this, which means rook f4 is perhaps a bit too casual.
It's still winning, but it really needs a lot of calculation. Instead of rook f4, here White goes with f4.
Rook f5 check.
King goes g4.
King f6.
Is there a difference between king f6 and king f7?
Actually, king f7 will allow me to make one move without getting into check. So that is a good move. Now, no, wait. Let's play. If I go a4 takes, your king comes back via e4. So I play rook takes e5. I think you take with the d pawn rather than the f pawn. Okay, and then I go a4 or b5. King f3. Are you going f5 and h6? Maybe that wins, yes.
Oh, yeah, f5 here, the same line.
And king f5 and wins, yeah. Basically, two pawns like this don't even need the king. A pawn on h5 and a pawn on e5, they don't even need the king. If I play h6 and then e6, they're too far apart, so you can't even do that.
Vishy, have you heard this Russian term of these pawns being called trousers?
I don't want to go there. Wow.
I've told when I was a kid that those pawns are like trousers and they are moving one by one. And then I completely forgot about that. And my co-commentator, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, just brought this. And then all my childhood memories just came up. And I was just wondering if you knew this kind of Russian term of the trousers, which they like to call. Oh, look at this. Black actually activated the rook in the game. So after checking g4, he decided to give up e6 and to go for b2 pawn.
So rook takes e6, rook takes b2, and this is just too slow. h6 check if I want. Or f5, let me throw an f5 and e4 and everything.
Everything comes on the way. F5.
Okay, maybe a4, yeah? One sec, maybe a4. We have to be a bit careful. Just put the pawn back on f4, please, and then let's see if we can. Okay. Let me play, if I go rook e7 check, you play king h6. Do I have a forced win there? Rook e8.
a4.
Rook a8.
b5. Oh yeah, this pawn stepped
and
for
e4.
a bit.
Yeah, e4.
Those pawns are stopped for a bit now. None of the pawns can go forward. How about rook e2?
Okay, then I go king g5.
b4.
h6 or h6 check. Rook a7 check.
King g8.
e5. This is tighter than I thought. e5.
b3. e6.
Yeah.
Here, king here. Oh.
No, it's dropped. Okay, so this was messy. Okay, so rook b5. Maybe I should just go rook e5 and make sure I keep the if rook b2, rook a5, at least I keep your pawn formation from.
Right.
No, but rook e6 clearly should win. It's just the question of how do you get the pawns.
This idea of stopping the pawns was really nice. Maybe here white can also push the pawns.
Wait, what about rook a7 check here?
Check, yes. If you bring king forward, then this pawn can go. So complicated still.
Yeah, okay, go back a second.
You want me to go to the current position we have now with rook b5?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Just to make some sense out of this. Okay, so rook e6, rook b2. Maybe I'm losing too much time with rook e8, a8. Can I get this done with checks?
Rook e6 was just captured.
Okay, what should I do here then? Hit 6 check.
Rapport, instead of taking on b2, he decided to push a4 first. Does this change anything? Oh, yes, this changed actually, because there will be no this move.
There's no king g5 if you like, but
for instance, if check and if king comes on f6, you can push and push. Push here, and you're queening. So rook from b2 could control this one, right? So check.
King h6, and then f5.
King h6, f5.
But this you take on b2 and it's a3. No, that's winning. Maybe rook e8 or something.
How about f7?
Rook f2?
Rook f2. And after this and this, you can just take this one.
Yeah, but you take on a2 and you're winning. So.
Yeah, rook e7 is on the board. We do have this check.
So this is quite an important detail. King f6 and then I go h6.
Yes. And just queen.
Okay, e4. Rook takes b2. Let me go e5. How bad is this?
Makes sense as this pawn is farther than f pawn.
Yeah.
a3.
Rook a8. Or maybe rook e6 check first.
King h7.
Yeah, but then rook e8, you'll go rook b6 maybe. Then actually, I might be in a spot of bother. No, I can take e6, a2, e7, a1 queen, but why do you want to do that, right? Okay.
Still such a resourceful position for Richard Crawford. He's trying to keep all these chances. For instance, this and this.
Yeah.
What can do this rook left now? And
this
try
I thought
to
was
push
good.
the pawn with the
H5 and
king.
E6, I thought was- yeah. Well, okay, it's 3 moves exactly. So B5, E6, B4, E7, rook E2. And but maybe you had something else, I don't know.
If you take, like take.
Yeah, and then how do you win them?
So complicated.
Oh, it feels like we have messed it up. Okay, so rook E7, king at 6. Now what's he going to play?
To bring the king to create some checkmate.
But how? E4? But we've been through this E4.
I know.
Okay, rook E8 here. Rook E8.
Rook 8?
In the game position, sorry. In the game position.
Okay.
Thought that might be relevant. Rook E8, rook B2. And then I don't know whether to rook H8 check. King G7. I have no idea why we went rook E7 and then rook E8 anyway in the first place. But let's say rook A8.
B5?
Rook King F5, you go King F5 or yeah.
But it was not that better for white when this king was on H6. It was so pushed on the side.
Could be. Finding it very hard to evaluate these things very clearly.
What a day we have today.
And in the game position, can I go rook E5? 1 second. In the game position, can I go rook E5?
Rook E5.
Rook B2, rook A5. And rook C6 maybe. So the computer doesn't really think I'm improving my chances. It gives me this. So maybe I'm going to end up with some sort of queen ending anyway. Maybe just E4. I think we were even here before.
Yeah, rook. Only difference is that rook is on A5 and we had earlier on A8. Hikaru went for rook E8 in his game.
And after rook B2, is he going to change his mind and go rook H8 check, or is he going to go rook A8?
I think this rook is really misplaced here. It's too far.
Okay, so rook takes B2 and then rook A8, right? And if B5, actually instead of B5, maybe I want to play A3.
A3 here to give up this?
Yeah. I mean, sorry, rook A2. Rook A2. What am I talking? To play A3, I will go rook A2. Because
you're
I can play
tricking
B5,
me, Vishy.
No, I can play B5 before anyway. So
he went right. Oh, he went check first. Let me update this. After rook E8.
poor Kitty, she's trying to leave that king on H6 and everyone keeps bringing it back to G7.
Then I don't really understand why we give a check on E7. Maybe it was
that
just
is true. It was already on G7, so why did we need to go there? But maybe it avoided king F6 somewhere. I don't know. So what will I do now? B5. What exactly is White's plan?
Third is checks. King here. Not really.
E4 maybe.
The point is, if Black's idea to push this pawns are just to play rook a2 to guard this and then push, right? So can White play something like king g5 and use the fact that if you give me a check, you have to come back again?
Yes, okay, let's do that. Check, you improved your king to f5.
f5.
Now I go
yes.
rook a2. Now I'm threatening b4. How do you finish me off? E4, b4, e5, b3 is probably going to be... No, that is not a good race, it seems. King e6, but then you have rook e2, right?
Taking this with a check.
Oh, maybe king d6.
Take.
At least the evaluation is not collapsing, so maybe this is a way to do it. But then why do I need king e6? Let me play king e5. That way I protect my pawn as well. I'm still threatening f5, 6 check. But if you go rook e2, I have e6. E4, sorry, e4. That's why I play
King e4?
No,
okay.
King e5, and if rook e2, I play e4, I thought.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I went to e5 instead of e6.
Yeah, that's well placed. All right. This seems like it should be so. Like rook has to go on a2 now.
So what are we thinking here? b5, king f5, and we think that might be the clincher.
King f5, exactly. Or king g5 first. Can we both?
Ah, yes, king g5 first. Yeah.
Black is down to 10 minutes, and this endgame is just not so easy. Can Black here consider to give up a pawn and to take e3 instead?
But let's say I go e4.
Okay, then from this way. So I just avoid that one.
Okay, rook b7.
Rook a7.
A7, excuse me.
Takes. Rook b7.
Rook b7 check.
King h6.
Rook b6, and that's important.
Taking to check.
Or you can go rook c3, d5, a3, and then dc6, a2, rook a6, rook a6, a1, and is that a draw? Yeah. We're not doing this very well, are we? So, I mean, maybe the rook should actually be on g2, but I suspect it will get there. This might not be that clear, but so you want to go rook e2, right?
Yes.
Okay, then let me come king f3.
Okay, we can go now. A2.
And now e4,
B5,
e5,
B4.
f5,
B3 should be played.
f6 check. Okay,
No, rook a7. And if queen goes back, because if king
yeah,
comes
then e6.
forward, so we do have this and checkmate. Okay, we found the line where white can checkmate. Great, 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 great. Okay, let's see the position. We do have some updates here. B5 was played instead of rook e2.
And now we thought king g5 is a good way to start. Or maybe e4, I don't know.
E4 has been played. So we just pushed his pawns, right? And that was quite convincing win here to push f5, e5, then f6, give a check on this 7th rank. But that's it. For instance, rook a2. You can start from e5, b4, f5, b3. Check.
f6.
Check. If king comes forward. But in this position, look, Vishy, we had king on f3, and after f7, we had not rook f2, but here there will be rook f2.
Yeah. So instead of rook a7 check, go back 1 or 2 moves. Okay, so f6 check. And if I go h6,
b2,
then rook b8.
rook b8, yeah, this stops for a while.
So what are you going to do? Rook h6? No. Maybe you can play king g6.
This one?
King h7.
And f7, rook f2.
Yeah, and then e6 might win.
b2, rook b8, a3.
Yeah. e7.
Nice, nice 2 points. What can also play too. But yeah, white queens first and it's winning. Wow, what an end game. Rook has been played on a2.
He's gone rook a2. Okay. So he's running for b4, b3.
Yeah, this is a very nice idea to push the pawns.
Yeah, e5. And b4. F5.
Checks doesn't really make any sense, as rook has to then come back on a2.
Yeah, it's quite annoying to go all the way back to. Okay, so I go. b3. Sorry, in that last position.
b3. f6 and h6.
And now rook g2 check. King
Here.
F3. Can I go? B2? And rook H2 maybe.
King G3. If you take H6,
A3?
I'll take
A3?
this. If A3, take A2 here.
B1 queen. H8 queen. Maybe it's a perpetual, I don't know. Yes, it is a perpetual.
Right.
Because I'll just cut you off in the D file somehow.
Right. So still so complicated position. Why don't we take for our final break for now? And when we are back in a few minutes, we're gonna have some more games coming to us. So please don't go anywhere, because this is the moment when the result of this game will be decided. So see you soon. Welcome back at the very last part of a semifinals at FIDE Chess Grand Prix 2022. Here we have the end game, which is quite difficult to come up and to finish here with white. And we do have a couple more moves here. We do have check on a7, Vishy, and does that change the situation too much?
I'm sure it changes something. I'm just confused as to what it changes. So if I go rook a6 now, and you simply go back to g7, am I really going to stop and take this pawn? It might.
Sorry. I still like this idea to push the pawns all the way down.
Actually, I like king g5. But then if you go rook g2, I don't know what's happening.
King f5.
Yeah. And then if we go back to a2, I thought at least my king is safe from checks and I can play e5. And my king is blocking your king from a lot of squares.
Right.
Because you don't have any king f6 and so on.
How about here? White just pushed the pawn e5.
Okay, so
b4.
a3, I thought.
Okay, 3. f5 or a6. Let's say f5.
b4 and then.
Can I push e6 now?
Rook e2. King f3, right? Because somehow trying to play king f4, but king f3. But now rook e1. I don't know if I helped myself a lot there. Maybe instead of king f3, e7.
e7?
Yeah. I don't know if you can do rook e7 or something.
And after e2, just to play f6 on time.
Yes. Now f7, f8, queens is a check and everything is winning.
Yeah. Good. So from the position what we have on the board, our suggestion is to push the pawn e5, e6, and then to help with the f pawn.
Something like that.
Yeah, but it's so weird. Like this king was here and he kicked back, and now again he gives a check to bring this king on h6.
Yes. So e5, b4. I think I tried a3 in the previous round, but I'm already confused what I'm changing. e6, b3.
We should probably push f5 now.
Now the problem is I don't have a. I can go rook g2 check, rook g2 check, and now b2.
Yeah, we were analyzing this and this one, right?
a3, and does e7 win? Because I go rook g8. Now that loses. No, e7, rook g8, f6 might work. just crazy. E7, rook G8 and F6 might work. Oof.
A2, F7.
And because I'll play F8 queens with check,
Yes.
I'm probably going to win this.
Check.
And
What a crazy position. You take, I take, check, and yeah, this is gonna be a checkmate soon.
yes, it is.
Here,
Queen H8
Queen H8.
and rook G7, I thought it's easiest.
Right. Well, in the game, we do have rook A7. White went for rook A7 to pin this pawn, and king H7 has been played.
Why did he not play B4? Because I go rook C6 check, king G7, and oh no, I'll play D5 maybe. Maybe I'll play D5. No, not rook
yeah,
C6. Yeah, and that gives me an extra. So I'll win one of the pawns, then I'm winning. Okay. So he's gone back king at 7. Now, how do we go about winning this? If I go rook 6, C6, what are you doing? A3 or what? I think you should push your further pawn, the pawn you've got furthest going, right? A3. Yeah. No, so I'm not able to, because if B4, I thought rook B6, and then I can play D5, D6 myself, but and if but rook C6 feels wrong. What is the winning plan? E5 maybe?
E5?
Or king G5 maybe. King G5 I think we considered, just to improve the king.
So B4, because this check doesn't really give black any sense, because this king can get any
I thought we
at
improve
the
the white
better
king.
position.
But if you go
Yeah,
B4,
so
I go rook A7 check. You go what? King H8. Oh, no, king G8 is fine. And then how am I winning this?
Here,
King G6.
check.
Yeah, king F6 and A3 apparently. Okay, now it says we have just blundered. So go back to before king G6.
E5, B3.
Yeah, and then how do we finish this off?
Maybe this is something that we can use the king come in here. So B3.
Okay, E6. Try E6 actually. Hang on. Try
E6.
E6.
This
Rook
one.
G2 check, right?
Check or rook E2.
I don't know. I would have thought rook G2 check, but
King F6.
so that I can play B2.
No. After check, there's king H6 and there's a checkmate in one move.
Okay.
So
then not rook G2, but rook E2, right?
Rook E2. Check. King here. Here. We can win after B2, we can win this move, one move. So why don't we play F5?
B2?
b2, rook b7,
A3.
a3,
F6.
yeah.
Rook E6, King G6. I don't know. No, but then you play rook takes F6 and A2. Yeah. In fact, we are now lost. So that was a great job. I did that. So.
Check here, check.
I wish we had the video feed.
Yeah, I wish we
See
had
their
it.
facial expressions.
So important, right? You can easily read how they feel, what's their evaluation according to them. The body is so important. Directions.
And what Rapport is doing, but maybe Rapport doesn't have enough time to fidget. He has to just make his moves and go with the flow.
That's very important. Very likely the second and third leg will be transmitted by the video. Let's hope for that. All right, in the game E5 was played here. Hikaru, he fought all this time because he had 22 minutes and now he's down to 10 minutes, even less than 10 minutes, and he goes with E5.
Okay, so what are we doing? B4, right?
B4. We liked here to play E6 or King G5.
It's funny, earlier we had F5, F6 as check, but because of all this maneuvering the king to head 6 and then to head 7, now F6 is not check. Okay, so F5, B3, F6, B2, rook B6, A3. Then rook B7 check is winning. Yeah.
So you suggest A6 here?
I thought F5 anyway.
F5.
B3, F6, and I think you need to give rook B2 check, rook G2 check.
King F3.
B2. Already you've lost control a bit.
Yes, and then this is.
No, but in fact, maybe we're winning this. Rook B6, A3, and then what? E6 or what?
In this position or earlier?
This position. Probably rook B7 check.
Yes, rook B7. King H6.
E6.
Maybe
F7, King G7, head 6 check. Yeah.
H6 here.
And if King F8, E6. Yes, okay.
You threaten checkmate. What a crazy lines. Even in the end game.
Oh, the live position, they've gone to E6 now. Okay.
Yeah,
And he's played
to play really fast.
Wow. Okay. I think we'll get to the heart of this ending later. Let's just see the action. E6, B3. But it seems it is more important to move the F pawn if the king is on H6, because you want a queen with F8, queens with check. Now what happens if rook A7 check? You go king H6, right?
Yeah, you can go like this, but can white still go with F5?
Okay, let's try F5. B2 loses on the spot, rook B7. So I have to go. And if A3, E7, and you cannot even,
Yes.
the rook is blocked. And E7 is over. So we have to go rook G2 check. And suddenly king F3, B2, and where's the win? Apparently it's still there. Rook B7, A3, and now E7. Yes, E7 wins.
And in this line, white queens first, and white gives checks.
Yes, and in the other line, if rook G8, then I just have F6 winning.
And
So
yeah,
right
that's
now,
the position we had earlier.
F5 is winning, right? Yeah. Ah, this is the position we had earlier. I don't even, I've forgotten which pawn we moved first then, but anyway, it doesn't seem to matter. So B3 and now F5. Is that what we're saying? Are we going rook A7 check first? I think we're going rook A7 check first. King F6.
The engine is so confused, cannot really decide how far to go.
Getting late here, it's almost midnight. Okay, rook A7 check. Well, you have to come h6, right? You can't.
This can be very important check, as in some of the lines, F pawn was queen invited check.
Yes, so F5 now.
A3, F6. If rook comes on F2 to stop the pawn. E7, right?
Yeah, whichever pawn you come, I move the other pawn. Obviously, that's fairly simple here.
Yeah, so if rook comes in here, we push this pawn. And here after king G7, there's H6 additionally.
Yes. So now B3, F5 is probably resigns.
White is down to 4 minutes and 30 seconds, according to the clock we have right now.
And Rapport has how much time?
He has 8 minutes. It's 9 minutes.
Okay.
If white here pushes A7, then black comes back of this pawn, and just white has to give up the pawn.
Yeah. Then we are in danger of F and H versus.
Here we have king H6, right? This is an important move, as white threatens E8 queen by the check, but black has this saving move, king H6.
Yeah. So if he finds F5, it's over, but let's see what he does. Or maybe rook A7 check.
Yeah, rook A7, rook A7. What if the king comes on the back rank? Still this moves, right? And can be the same. F5, A3, F6.
And now F7 check is going to be over, yeah. And king F3 is just resides. Oh, he's gone king F5.
Oh, king F5.
What is king F5? Wow. Maybe he's worked this out to win, but it's Can I go rook A1? No, that feels a bit weak. Hang on. Actually, it makes sense because it's not easy for black to improve his because he was giving check and playing b2 all the time, and now he doesn't have that resource. So maybe king f5 is quite a clever trick as well. And now there is no FNH because my king can step and defend the d pawn as well.
So let's say this same lines a3. Check. Is that the move? Check.
Yeah, or you can play e7. I can play e7. I can just play e7.
Right away. Rook e2.
Rook a3.
Rook a3. And you're taking this pawn.
Well, and this is my point, that you don't get f and h because I go rook b3, rook e7, you take on b2, and then I go rook c2, and my by the time you collect my h pawn, I'll collect your c pawn.
And white will have f and d pawn, and this is clearly winning.
Yes.
Nice, nicely played. King f5.
When you got handed to Richard, he still managed to defend and pose so many problems. I mean, we saw how easy it is to go wrong. So
True.
Fantastic defense, but of course, maybe the advantage was so big that it's possible to. Also, it's quite possible that Hikaru never actually let it slip. It's just there were many other alternatives. But this is a very, very difficult position to analyze out.
Rook a1 was played here by black. His idea is to push next move b2, and b1 will be already guarded by the rook. Rook b6. And now b2 is not possible. a3 is not possible. So this rook b6 just stops black's pawn coming forward.
Okay, so I go rook e1.
Rook e1.
And then king f6, b3, a3, rook b3, a2, rook a3, a1, takes, e7 and wins. And e7 and it resigns. And king f7. So that might be how he wraps this up after rook b6.
Right, yeah. White simply pushing this pawn.
Yeah.
Right, rook b6. We might see this game ending really soon. But look at this. Hikaru being in really good shape for this tournament, even though he has not played classical chess for a very long time. Even his rating on FIDE profile says that he's not ranked. But anyway, he has a chance, and he's clearly outplaying a very strong opponent.
Yeah.
Rook e1 has been played. And King f6 now is our suggestion. There can be also Rook b7 check, but King f6 looks pretty straightforward move.
We think King f6 and it's just over now.
Yeah, it's on the board.
Yeah, so I think finally we get a result in this game.
What a day today. Instead of starting really slowly, we do have we very likely we're going to have 2 decisive games. That's exactly what the spectators want to see, and also for commentators it's easier to commentate.
Yeah.
Seems like the last chance here for report. He fights so hard in this game. He really fights quite hard. Although,
and I know how bad
never
it
give
is.
a chance.
When you fight this hard and still you have to resign, you just get to drag it on. It's part of the job, but it's you wonder if it's better to resign early and go. But of course, I'm joking. He had to give it his best shot.
Right.
Only if you defend every position will you save a few. So.
And what's the best way for you to recover from a painful long game lost, and when you have to fight next game against the same opponent? How are you handling that, Vishy?
Well, you put some water on your face, you go back and you get on with that. I mean, you see, the question itself implies that there is some correct formula. I don't think it exists. I think you turn up the next day. Some days it works, some days it doesn't. But you have to turn up. You have to put it aside, prepare something for the next game, and come and try. And these are all comeback guys. Dominguez and Rapport came back from very bad situations in the group stage. This is harder because it's one game and there are no other results that can influence. So I'm guessing it's quite hard for them, but let's see what happens.
Right, the king is already on f6, and white is just 2 moves away, e7, and then king f7 and e8 to be queen. Black pawns cannot really go that forward, and in case if even black pushes the pawn, white can simply sacrifice a rook for those 2 pawns and then push e7 and get the rook back, and that's the pawn endgame where white wins.
Yeah, there is simply no way to save this anymore.
Yeah, 2 minutes on the clock for Richard here. He has to make a next move really fast, but we don't really see any good moves for him.
Yeah.
Down, he has less than 2 minutes. It's not making yet a move. It's also hard to resign at any situation. It's not that easy, so maybe he needs some time to think. As he really tried so hard, he found all these possible ways to complicate, but Hikaru plays really clean all these moves, and he's not really making any big mistakes. right? We have rook e4.
But I don't see what he's achieving. If I go f5.
F5. Right, just if black takes here, then e7. That can be also check first.
But I think
Oh,
E7.
he goes e7 right away. He goes e7. He's giving up f1.
It's also just a detail. I don't think it matters. Okay, 4 check.
King e5. Now he has to watch out for this
Rook
this
F1.
blunder. Not to blunder here. F1. How about king e6? Just like that. You want to queen. If check, then
Yes.
king goes on d7 and the king is covered. There's no more checks. So we have rook f1 on the board. And king d6
king
was
d6.
played.
Yeah. And if rook e1, then king d7.
King d7, yeah. Right, this is unstoppable now. King d7. And black cannot even push the pawns now. As white can simply take this one and go for another pawn. This is so interesting game, right? Because it seemed to be quite peaceful from the beginning. And at some point, white started to push a pawn.
Yeah.
For those who just joined us, this was the critical moment when white decided to start some attack on the side. And then to sacrifice the pawn, we were considering these lines here, and we thought this is really good for white, as the knight here is a little bit misplaced, and the white had a chance to drop that knight. Instead, here black found the move queen b4, threatening knight e3 to win a queen. So white has to play queen c3, and we had the trade-in here. But now knight g5, threatening knight e6, knight f7, rook f8, and bishop g6. Out of nowhere, this move was played. And this all continued into the endgame, where white had a very pleasant position. And we went all the way to here, and black is not going to resign yet. After rook e1 and king d7, he tries to push c5 now. Is there rook e6 here? Oh, that's the move Richard is looking for.
Yeah.
Okay, because if you take,
B2,
this is yeah, queen, and there's no check, and there's no checkmate.
Okay, so let's work out the win. If I go dc5, rook d1 check, king e8, or am I walking into a3, a2? Hang on, no, I'm walking into a3, a2. I might still win with the c and d pawns, but what about rook d6? Then you go rook e1 or what?
How about this move? And then rook king d8.
Yeah, rook d1 check.
I was thinking of to cover, but check, queen. Is not this willing to give this pawn?
I mean, I
queen
suspect
a4.
queen takes a4 is winning, but
Yeah, this can be winning. Although this is going to take us into the queen endgame. No, we don't need this. This can take us in queen endgame, which
Hikaru had
can be
played
some
d
draws.
Rook d1 check, and then now let's see what happens.
Let's see. King can also come on e6 and then on f7 to be closer to the black's king. How about that?
Yeah, so rook f1 check, rook f6, rook e1 maybe. He's gone king c7. I mean, he can repeat a few times if he wants, but actually the simplest is what he's done. He'll just go c6. Oh, he went. He's gone king d6. Maybe he's repeating just a couple of times to gain some time.
Or he can also push another pawn.
Well, that was my idea, that after rook e1, he could go c6, rook takes e7 check, king b8, and then just play c8, c7, c8, and these pawns are not moving at all.
Right. Seconds on the clock. White is down to 1 minute, and black has a little bit more than 1 minute.
Sorry, king. That plan doesn't work. So let's see what he's planning to do. King d6, rook d1 check. Now what is he going to do?
I really like this king e6, king f7 idea.
And if rook f1 check?
You have to cover rook f6 and rook e1, right?
Yeah, rook e1. And then what? c6, c7 or what? No. Okay, he's gone king c6, rook e1 again. Now let's see what happens.
Is there a move rook b7 here to threaten check?
Yes, I'm wondering if rook b4 wins though, here.
Rook b4.
Rook e7, rook a4.
Rook b4 has been played in the game.
Yeah, so that was it.
This is winning, right? With this pawn, white can stop the b pawn and then just push this pawn.
Yeah, and then there is no more.
Black cannot avoid this capturing of the pawns on the queen side.
No. So rook e7, rook a4, and then I go back to v4. And maybe you can show it, Katie. So rook e7.
Okay.
Rook a4. And then let's say b2. Rook b4, rook e2. And the problem for black is that white plays, for instance, king c7. If you go back rook e7 check, then I have king d6.
Right.
So if you go king at 6, then I go c6. And I'm going to play king b7 and c7, and that's over. So there seems to be nothing you can do against this.
Yeah, this rook cannot really do much, and the black's king is in different world.
Oh, wait, he's done something. He's done something very clever. He's gone rook. Wow, wait a minute. He went b2. So he's given up the other pawn. So let's just see this. Rook b2, rook e7. And now rook a2. Okay. Because my idea of taking the king to the 7th rank is that if there's a pawn on a2, then there's an extra checking file. So I can check on d2 and d2. But it doesn't simply work. Rook a4, rook a2 rather, and if rook a7, then just rook king b5 and you can resign. I think he's going to be
king b6
resigning.
also wins here.
As well, yeah. What a game! What a day! Dramatic
Yeah,
stuff.
that's right. Oh, we do have a result here after rook takes e7, rook a2, and that was a resignation. So, oh, what an end game we had over here. So Nakamura won against Rapport, and he's having an edge in this group. On the other match, Aronian managed to win a beautiful game with 1 hour on the clock as well. So tomorrow they will switch the colors, and it will be also really exciting day as Dominguez and Richard Rapport are in must-win situation, and I'm sure they will show their best to fight back. Vishy, any thoughts for this game?
Well, today was an amazing day. Both games are fascinating. And I think while trying to find the win on my own here, you really got a sense of how complicated it is in both games. Fantastic defense by Rapport, and but Hikaru never actually made a mistake. Yeah, it was too long a day for me, but nonetheless, I enjoyed it.
We're gonna let you to sleep. For now, it's quite late in India. We know that. Thank you so much for joining for this day and for amazing commentary and for your time. I'm sure our viewers on YouTube and Twitch channel enjoyed this very much and appreciate it. We are coming back tomorrow at the same place, same time. Please come back as well. So we're gonna have a really exciting second day of the semifinals. Thank you very much, Vishy, and also all the team of chess.com for making this work, and to our viewers as well. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, bye everyone.